Hello. What's up, everyone? Welcome. TSP TV live on a Wednesday. Interesting stuff in the last 24 hours. So, as always, I've got to get you on the screen. If I can. Yes, I can. And who have we got? Becky Pamplin and surprise, Nancy never misses a beat fan guy watching. Although it does say we've got 6 people so far. Don't know who the others are, as no one's commented yet. So what's cracking to the 2 of you that are? Oh, it says 7 now. Yeah, 7 people Wednesday. Not many people do associate Wednesday night with TSP TV live. There's Trip. Welcome, brother. Glad to have you on board this Wednesday night. Who knows if it's going to be one of those record-breaking 5-hour extravaganzas. Was it 7 hours? I can't remember how long it went on for, but Walking Tool, welcome, brother. Long time no see. Hope all is good with you. So we will be just waiting around a little longer. We know how it is. Hello, Pam. Nice to see you. Not a name that I recognize if you've watched and joined us before. My apologies for not remembering, but we do have quite a few people that do come and go in the live feeds, as well as the regular offenders. So we got Becky. Yeah, you're off to work. I'm sorry. I apologize now for very little chatting until hour 4. Okay, so I'm guessing we've got to wait around for 4 hours for you, but one phone's saying we're up to 10. They're both saying 10 people watching now. So welcome each and every one of you so far. As I said, we will kind of drag things out a little bit, but there's nothing really planned tonight other than let's get together and talk about what's going on, because we're under a pandemic now. There's a global, folks. You and I and anyone you know is all going to be affected by this one way or another. I'm not sure how exactly. It's still a little bit of a mystery to me exactly what's going on. We did talk a little bit yesterday in the live show about possibly, this is just a big marketing plan to get you to buy toilet roll and Lysol and hand sanitizer. Certainly someone is profiting from this COVID crisis that we now find ourselves in, that has been raised to pandemic level. So we are officially in a global pandemic, folks. This is why we prep. This is why we keep our eye on the ball and try and keep our eyes open to the truth as to what's going on. So one phone says 9, one says 10. So still a few folks not got the notification or read the memo as of yet, but I do know Danielle has to go to work this evening, as does Becky Pamplin. Hopefully Judy Bell will be with us shortly. Who knows what she's up to? But this whole so far 2020 has been a very interesting year, as this whole coronavirus is now kind of evolved into COVID-19, and maybe a little bit shorter and easier on the tongue, and possibly easier to hashtag. But COVID-19 is a pandemic. Italy under quarantine. Lots of goings on, and that's what we're here for tonight, to try and put our heads together and have a little talky talk and see what's gonna be happening, or try and predict what might be happening in the days and weeks to follow, as this whole situation seems to be for our eyes. And for many, many, many years, if you're part of the truth community or you're part of the prepping community, then you've always had that eye on what the elites, the new world order, the Illuminati, whatever you want to call them, are up to. And global totalitarianism, one world government, yada yada, single religion, single sex, cyber currency, chipping pins, licenses to have children, all that kind of stuff. Hello, Talk of the Devil. Here's Danielle. We were just mentioning you, darling. But their one world government has been the agenda and the long-term objective. Are they using this COVID crisis as some kind of dummy run? Is it some kind of experiment? Is it a drill? Are they seeing if they can, quarantine the masses? Is the COVID hiding something more sinister behind it? Is 5G involved? Are they trying to quarantine everyone and maybe create widespread public unrest so that they can initial martial law? Who knows? That's what we're all together for. It is crazy, Nancy. I kind of been on the fence in not really too buying into all the misinformation, and this is what we were talking about yesterday, how this is an infodemic more than an epidemic or pandemic, whichever you want to label it as. And information has been spreading far greater than the virus itself. And still statistics, whether or not they are accurate statistics, Becky Pamplin, our regular resident medical advisor, will possibly give us some more information on this, if or not it is close to accurate or not. Maybe Maryland, but he's not around. He's also a doctor, so we do have some smart minds amongst the community. But reports are showing that so far this year, more people have died from influenza than the coronavirus. Yet influenza has not been labeled an epidemic, and if you live in Chicago, more people have died as a result of murder than coronavirus. That's not an epidemic or pandemic, although I don't know if you can actually label such things as that, mass shootings. But anyway, people have been murdered, people are dying of influenza. I even saw today on Darcy Sings a Lot's Facebook feed that her poor little girl's come down with influenza, so she was having a bit of a rough time as it is, and just misery on top of misery. But we're going to try and concentrate a little bit tonight more on what's going on with this coronavirus, the COVID stuff, and good God, we can't keep viewers just like we can't keep subscribers. Down to 8 folks now. So as I said, it is a Wednesday night, not many folk. Now it's back to 10. I don't know what's going on, but we do know that YouTube can manipulate figures and stuff. This is a good point. In mainstream media, or even social media, these have been the people that have bringing us all these varied and misinformative reports of what's going on. And goodness knows, you sure have come across one of those emails from someone in China who's a doctor or a nurse that suddenly gets sent to somebody, one of their friends in America or France or somewhere, and all this. Hi, I am a doctor. Now, surely, if that was your friend, then you would know he's a doctor. And then they go on to say, in China, and again, you would probably know that if it was your friend that was a doctor and he was in China, that he wouldn't need to kind of put that in the opening paragraph of an email to you. But it goes on to say that reports of being the mainstream are putting a wrong, and actually more people are dead, and this is what's going on. And we've seen these videos that have been circulating of people lying down, even though they're wearing masks, they're just dying in the streets of China or Italy. And these videos are circulating. We've seen videos of people being dragged out their home from what looks to be the same kind of troupe of actors that might be, required for some kind of method crisis acting, if you know what I mean. But there's been so much that has been filling the mainstream media, the social media, and so many of this shit that is going viral. To me, it just seems completely by design, because I know how very, very hard it is to try and get people to watch my videos or to subscribe to my channel. So when things just randomly suddenly go viral, it's not because people have seen it and shared it and it's gone out of control. It's because it's been suggested to you on your news feeds or whatever your inboxes, or what you want to go be watching on YouTube, and it gets kind of manipulated into your mindset and placed so you can't really avoid it. And then they manipulate the figures that 32 million people have watched this video. Why haven't you seen it? You must watch now. And then you watch it in their little bit of programming and mind control. What's up, Smitty? What's up, Alias? So now we're getting some of the crew in. Sings a lot. Hello, Darcy. We're just talking about you and your little one coming down with influenza again. You know, my wishes and the good well-being to you. So we're talking about the pandemic, folks, that we are now in. We're under a global pandemic. We're all in it, and many of us that wear our tinfoil hat with pride kind of have that little kind of almost, sorry to say it, but told you so. Sorry, I'm just reading a couple of comments that I'm about with it. You know, that well, we told you so. This is why we prep. This is why we wear our tinfoil hats, because, you know, we've had reason to believe that these things may or may not happen, be it of natural or of manipulative causes. My thoughts on this: it is manipulated. It is crisis by design. No rolling for me, be it Tim's or TP. It hit home today when I went to get my roll up rim at Timmy's. No rolling, be it Tim's or okay. What was going on in Timmy's, Smitty? Anything more than that? But I did mention yesterday in the live show, and I actually left yesterday's live show up for good reason, because we were having a bit of a good discussion about what's going on in I saw yesterday, although there was still quite a lot of stock on the shelves in the no frills, the toilet paper aisle was looking a little bit sparse, and in particular there was no Bounty or Charmin or the fancy brands that have been featuring in a lot of these videos that we see on social media of the panic buying in the stores. Now these people did a panic buying. Maybe we do. Maybe we are becoming a little bit more symbiotic and in sync with one another than we possibly believe. Sings a lot. As we talk about, we are a little tight community here at the Thrift Fam. And somehow, some way, we almost can will people. Funny enough, we were talking yesterday in LIFO, just to get a little bit off subject. We were talking towards the end of yesterday's live show how we were expecting little Anika to show up before we went off air, and lo and behold, the first comment I got almost 2 minutes after the video got processed, the live video got processed and uploaded on: Anika, hi Thrift Fam from Galveston. So she was just a few 2 minutes. So maybe she felt us talking about her too, but didn't get there in time. So maybe do you know what I mean? There's something to be said for that. Sings a lot. We're not that, but as I was saying, the other thing that struck me was Dollarama. They were completely out of hand sanitizer. There wasn't a single bottle in any shape or form. Sometimes, you know, they have those little clip-on ones, and they have them in like 3-packs. And they have the big ones that I use to make my hand sanitizer coffee filter. Coffee filter? What am I talking about? Yeah, the coffee filter, the coffee pot space here. Sorry, I was reading out of the corner of my eye about a water filter. Sorry about that, got distracted. But there was none of that at all, and there was also empty shelves in the food aisle, which is something I've never really seen at the Dollarama. Sometimes I have seen a few items get low. Sometimes, you know, when they kind of discontinue an item, they will kind of let it run out before they replace it on the shelves. But yesterday, the chili that they have Puritan chili, Puritan beef stew, and they also have a new product that I was meaning to pick up, but I don't really have space for because it's in the kind of larger size can. Meatballs and gravy. That shelf was empty as fuck. There wasn't a thing left on it. Whether or not somebody went out and fucking panic bought all this shit. Sometimes, you know, local convenience store people will go to Dollarama and buy things like this because it doesn't actually have the Dollarama labeling on it. and sell it in convenience stores at a little bit of a higher price. This is how convenience stores work. So maybe somebody went in there and picked up all the meatballs, chili, and beef stew for their convenience store purposes, or maybe someone just panic bought this. And this is what I'm saying, that we've seen a little bit of the panic buying in the supermarket and the grocery aisles over the weeks and possibly months now. Hello, Hans, the baby Scarface. Because that's what I do, Hans the baby Scarface. If you've never watched my channel, this is how I present my videos. Sorry if that's not to your taste or liking, but panic buying, it's something we've seen. The shortage of toilet paper. I've got friends back in England. I've actually got a lot of friends all around the world, but in England at the minute, I've got people in my hometown, which is a very small rural town, although it's actually a lot larger than a little village, but it's still kind of considered small town England, surrounded by farmlands and stuff. But a couple of my friends said that they went to their local supermarket, the Aldi chain, and the freezer section was completely empty. If or not this is because people have bought it all up, or because it hasn't been delivered, they haven't got new stock to replenish, I don't know. But they were saying that food is disappeared from the freezer section, and also toilet paper is rocking horse shit right now. You can't find it for love and money. In the UK, another interesting thing, dried pasta seems to be something also that is disappearing off the shelves. I had a buddy of mine who's actually in Wales, which is part of the United Kingdom, but he said that he went to his local, a couple of his local large supermarkets, Tesco's and Sainsbury's, and neither had any dried pasta. And another interesting thing, that how to cook pasta websites crashed under the volume of people trying to find out information and recipes. So people are starting to panic buy, and already before this has been labeled a pandemic, the shelves are empty, right? So now people all of a sudden, holy shit, I wasn't paying attention to this coronavirus. Now it's a pandemic. Maybe I need to get out. They're going to go and they're going to find this stuff is empty. You see what I'm saying, folks? So let's see what you're saying in the comments here. So just getting rubbing alcohol and aloe vera gel. Yeah, you can mix the two together. My kids' old school was gross. The kids were sick constantly. She got sick. Took her to urgent care a couple of years ago, and we picked up flu there. I thought I would kill us. It was that bad. Sorry to hear that, Alias, but at least you're still here with us now. The vitamin D you get from the sun, it boosts your immune system. I've been taking vitamin D for around 2 weeks now, getting some extra vitamin D into my system. That is something we lack through the winter months in Canada. Whether or not it's made a difference to me or not, I don't know. But and Alias is also agreeing or concurring rather that the panic buying is happening where she is. Nancy's still with the emojis. I got tons of aloe plants at home and at work. I'm going to transplant new babies this weekend. Good stuff, Wolf Whiskey. Aloe plants are very, very handy things to have. Washington State Governor today said be prepared for statewide school closures within a few days. This is what I'm saying. It just got announced today. Who knows what local governments have started, or you remember what we've talked about many times before, crisis solution reaction or problem reaction solution. They create the crisis to gain the required reaction, and then they've all already had the predetermined pre-planned solution to that problem. Oh yeah, here we go, just like the Patriot Act. That was something that was thought about prior to the events of 9/11, and once 9/11 happened, it was like, hey, you know what, guys, we need this Patriot Act to keep us all a bit. Don't want any more Arabs hijacking our planes and stuff. So Patriot Act is a good thing. You see what I'm saying? They banned public gatherings over 250 here as well, and this is in Oregon, probably next. Good stuff. Making soap is a good skill to have. But this is what I'm talking about, guys. is this a crisis through design? Is the panic by design? Was this how people, we kind of talk about human see, human doing, and how was it product placement that some of these people in a lot of these pictures that are seen of these panic buying and people, in the supermarkets, they all had Bounty or Charmin products in their carts, lines and lines of them with Bounty and Charmin ordered items, and then coincidentally that was the two toilet paper brands that were sold out yesterday in the no frills. But those of us who have prepped, as we said, it's kind of, well, we told you so. But did they tell us so? Last year, remember, the Department of Homeland Security advised that the United States citizens should have at least 6 months of food preps to keep themselves sufficient and sustained for 6 months for any impending crisis, be it an EMP strike or, as we're seeing now, a pandemic. And now we're seeing folks that are running out to the stores and stocking up like never before, and what we're calling panic prepping, that people are just trying to grab anything in anything they can get their hands on. But those of us who prep, we're kind of like, hey, you know what, let them get on with it. I'm good right now. I can sit this out for a few weeks or months, depending on how long this is going. But what is it? Is it a cover screen for something else? Who knows? We'll talk about that a little bit more as we go along. So J-Mads showed up. Hello, brother. Shit hit the fan in about 2 weeks. This is what we're saying. Is the shit really has it already hit the fan? Have they been like dripping diarrhea into the fan, a little drop at a time, so it just kind of splatters, so that we don't really notice it hitting the fan as much. It kind of gets absorbed into the air, but the shit has already been hidden, and maybe now they've thrown a turd at it. If I had a fan, actually, I've got a fan over there. Hold on a second. Let's do it. The shit. Here we go. The shit hit the fan, folks. My goodness, look at that, improvising and adapting on the spot. That was a little bit of a visual for you there. Hope you enjoyed that. This isn't going to be a permanent fixture. I don't think the edible is still there. If I'm not going to eat that as we go on through tonight's show, remains to be seen. But we got the toilet roll there because this is indeed a very scarce and valuable commodity right now. This is fucking as good as Benji's. And Almel, bless her, who's luckily not homeless and divorced as she thought she might be, sent me this a while ago, and as I said, this could well be worth its weight in gold. And we're going to put a little turd on the top of it there, because who knows, let's throw a little prepper baby on there for good luck. So I'm glad you enjoyed that. That was a little bit, we will try and keep it as light-hearted as it is we can do, but shit has got real, folks. Would you not agree? We are in a serious state of pandemic around the globe. I do plan to hold on to it, Nancy. Don't you think that's going anywhere now? Although maybe if I put it on eBay, let's see how much it would sell for. It's soft and absorbent and has 1,000 sheets. So if I used 1 square a day, I've got over 2 years of wiping there. Well, a little bit like the Blitz spirit. Back, I did grow up in I was born in 1971 and grew up in the 70s with some relatives that did live through the wartime, and the Blitz spirit that when the German bombers were overhead dropping bombs on London or Coventry or even my hometown Swindon, the folks went down into the bunkers and they took a piano down there and got together and sung while they were being bombed, and had a few drinks and just passed around some cigarettes and shared what little rations they had together to try and make the most of it. And trying a little bit of what we try to enforce here is that Blitz spirit, fam. within the thrift fam community. But you know, for a year or so, we've been talking about prepping. We've been going to the dollar store each and every, or rather, I have been going to the dollar store each and every week, although not religiously. Sometimes I do take my foot off the pedal a little bit when I am a little bit stocked up. Yesterday, went out and made sure that all my the majority of my pantry now is stocked almost to capacity. I do have a little bit of space in the new unit that I picked up just before Christmas. We are working on that, or if or not, I go out next week to the Dollarama, and if there's anything left, that's what I'm saying. Is it going to be enough to get us through? Hopefully, as I've mentioned before, I think I've got enough food here, when including the rations I have on in hand, and MREs and stuff like I got from the No Frills and Dollarama. I could probably sustain myself for around 6 months if need be. But again, it would be nice to have a little bit more and have each and every one of my my compartments full to capacity. Well, thank you. It's not necessarily about having a cool pantry. It's about having a practical and useful and resourceful pantry. And most of the things that I have in my pantry are, as I've mentioned many times, something I call Sensi prepping items. And by that I mean they are almost literally fail-safe. They require little to no additional water. Some items that I do have that require water in order to mix them only require a very minimum amount, unlike, you know, keep telling you this, rice and pasta, dry beans, these need a great amount of water in order to prepare them, to rinse them, to wash them off before you start to cook them, and then the water indeed to cook them, then the source of power and resources in order to maintain the flame to cook, whereas opposed to ramen noodles, just eat and go. But most of my items require very, very, very little water, and the majority of them I really and truly can eat from the container without having to heat them up if need be. Thank you, Alias, and hopefully you guys are as well prepped as me. And a couple of people yesterday said, you know, how much of an impact some of my videos have had, and some of my prepping habits and techniques have rubbed off on them, and how, you know, because of them, they are a little bit, or because of this channel rather, because of that, they are a little bit more prepared than they once were, and we've kind of taken a lot of the complications out of prepping and made it as basic and simple as I possibly can. And even, you know, some people think that the prison recipe is maybe a little bit stupid or a little bit, you know, maybe fun, but in a time of crisis, when there's no power, when you're very low on water supply, then this knowledge and this skill is worth its weight in gold, to be able to cook yourself a meal in just a sandwich bag. Yes, they can, Alias, and this is the thing. I mean, I'm lucky in the sense that I've picked up a lot of MREs at a low cost. I bought a case of Canadian ones, and then there was a couple of doubles in there, so I managed to sell those off to other ration enthusiasts, and kind of what I sold those for almost paid entirely for the case. So I try to keep it. You know, I've spent a little bit of money of my own money on the rations, just to indulge myself in personal kind of, what's the word I'm looking for, goalposts, wish lists, things like this. But it brings some content to the channel, and it's something I enjoy doing. But they can be very, very expensive, but you can also find them very inexpensive. I picked up a case of almost out of date MREs, looks like we're buffering, folks. But I picked out a case of almost out of date MREs for 35 Canadian dollars, and that was for 12 MREs, and you know, that works out about $3 a piece. Okay, I'm guessing we have a little troll in the audience. Maybe he didn't like the hands, but was he trolling, Danny? Okie dokie. Well, good spot. but you can find MREs a little bit inexpensively, and a little bit of what I've put into my pantry built is based on kind of what goes into an MRE food that you can, meet that MRE are meals ready to eat, although, some of the components you do have to maybe mix in with some water or heat up in a flameless ration heater or a little Esbit stove. There's sometimes they come with, but they're designed to be able to be eaten. You don't have to do very much preparation to them, meals ready to eat. And that's what I've tried to put into my pantry, made it like a giant MRE, so to speak, with items that are ready to eat as opposed to items that are ready to cook. Whether or not this makes sense to anybody else or not, it makes sense to me at least. And that's the kind of principles that I put into my pantry build, and to what I call common sense or sensey prepping. So what was our little troll friend chatting about, Danielle? Anything of interest, or should we just ignore and move on? We've never really had a troll here, so it was a little bit of a hello ATN, our resident law enforcement. Glad you can join us tonight, this Wednesday evening. We're talking about the pandemic. Now, ATN, you are law enforcement. Maybe I don't want any secrets or information, that you may not be able to divulge. But what's the sort of stance on this pandemic within the police department? You're out in Quebec. I'm sure you don't mind us telling us that most of us know you are law enforcement. But has there been anything passed down to you in particular that might be of public interest that you can share with us? It would be interesting to know. So did you block the troll, Danny? Good job for spotting that. That's why some of you do got wenches and stuff like that. What's super smart, alias? Yeah, he's in Quebec, Nancy. So parlez-vous français? Not really, because I haven't been at work the last couple of days, Laurie, but I still do use the TTC. Nothing much has been passed down to ATN. Okay, we get it. I just thought maybe they might have issued you with some different protocol or something. So no, I haven't. I'm due back to work tomorrow. So if or not, I'm going to work on walk to work or still use the TTC. I do not know, but I do got some masks. There were some that let me go get them. I got these ones that Hoopties sent me, bless her. Hopefully Hoopties will join us at some point this evening, but I got those, and these ones that I picked up at the dollar store the other week that they were sticking $3.50 price on, whereas normally they are only $2.50. So let's put toilet paper and masks. That's very contemporary right now. There, I've got 3 right there. Okay, good stuff. So maybe Hans the babyface scar. Maybe that might have been I don't know, one of our former friends that got a little bit loved up with another account. Alias. The being prepared to eat, not prepared to cook. I mean, if we are going to prep, why don't we for power? Exactly. This is what I'm saying. And even in some of my early videos on this channel, I was telling you that I feel that a lot of these prepping channels that you kind of do watch on YouTube might be a little bit misleading, or give you a false sense of security, because many people might just go out and buy 10 pounds of rice, 10 pounds of dry beans, and then got the big Mylar container bags and the storage containers that is additional cost and price to them, and stuck them in their basement or out of sight, out of mind, somewhere in a cupboard, and hey, we're prepped, but then don't realize that they need the water and the sources of fuel. So pretty much a pantry ready to eat is much more preferable than a pantry ready to cook, unless you are a homesteader and you've got you're building your pantry to sustain your family in everyday life, not for the then you will have a kind of little bit of a rotation system, I'm sure. But if you are in an emergency, it's not just to be prepared to have the food, just to have the thought and knowledge of what the emergency might be or what it could, and tick in the boxes. Okay, are we going to be with power or not? Are we going to be able to, are we going to be flooded? If we're flooded, or maybe we're under a blizzard and there's 6-7 feet of snow, are you going to be able to get outside and build a fire? Because if you're somebody like myself that lives in a basement, or somebody lives in a high-rise condo block or a trailer or something, you're not going to be able to build a fire inside. You're not going to be able to really go outside and build a fire. You're not even going to probably be able to find firewood very easily in order to build a fire if there's no power, no gas, nothing like this, no utilities. So having, even if you've got a candle, you can literally put a fucking can of beans on top of a candle and it will warm it up. So I work 8 nights in a row in a youth centre and get 6 nights off starting tonight. So you're off for 6 nights as of tonight, ATN. Well, I don't know if that's lucky for you or not, but I'd like to have 6 nights off in a row. Walking tools in Texas. But that's why I have ramen noodles in my pantry, because when I was in jail, although I wasn't a hardened criminal and wasn't locked up and incarcerated for years and years and years, but the time that I was incarcerated, I lived off of ramen noodles. It was cooked in a bag, and in prison you don't have anything. You don't have power. I mean, there is power in the cell block, but you can't, you don't have kettles, you don't have pots and pans, you don't have a stove, you don't have a hob, you don't have a refrigerator, you don't have a freezer. The only kind of things that you can get on commissary are, mostly junk food items, or, tuna pouch, chili pouch, bean pouch, stuff like this, like canned food, like the Boyardee kind of things. Hey, Giggles, darling, it did take me a little while, but I did send your nutsack out yesterday, so hopefully you'll get that soon, although there is a pandemic going, so goodness knows if or not that arrive, and God knows if my candy from Japan will even get here, due to the fact that we are in a pandemic now. Also waiting on some rations to come from the States. So I'm certainly glad that you find that smart alias, food ready to eat rather than food ready to cook. As I said, we have to take other things into consideration to the scenario or the circumstances that the emergency may or may not bring. Now, with this pandemic, who knows, like maybe they're going to keep the power on, but maybe we're not going to be able to travel around or go outside, or maybe food isn't going to be readily available. And for many, many people who aren't smart enough to go out and prep and put $20 a week into items to go into a pantry like I am, or like some of you have become as a result of following this channel, these people that ain't got shit in their pantries, this epidemic could indeed affect them, and they could be looking for someone to come and save the day and feed them in the form of a government agency such as FEMA, or maybe the government itself might start rolling around and giving out Soylent Green. And this is what I'm saying, is this pandemic start of something very, very, very different, and a movie I've referenced many times on this channel before I deleted a lot of my content was Logan's Run. Very pivotal movie in the predictive programming circle, certainly for me. Weinstein got 23 years in prison. Didn't hear that, Laurie. Maybe a topic for another day, but interesting. And as I'm saying, is this pandemic start of something bigger and larger than just the virus that is really only affected less than 1% of the human globe's population? So yeah, good luck getting your nutsack, Giggles, and hopefully it will make it to you in some, what am I trying to say? Logan's Run. Logan's Run predicted many things, Danielle, possibly including Tinder. If you can remember when he met Jenny, Michael York, who played Logan, he met Jenny Agutter. He was sat in his little apartment within the domed city, and he was swiping on, I think it was I can't remember. I think it was called Carousel, but that was a thing they went to renew. But there was a system there where he was looking at possible people to hook up with that night. It was Tinder. Watching a video of Michelle Obama praising Weinstein. Well, Obama's part of the Obamas were part of the elite's plan. Somewhere along at the Blazers game last night, dudes were in full hazmat suits, but like ironically, and got a lot of attention. Yeah, that was it. They lived to 30. They had the thing in the palm of their hands. They weren't allowed to reproduce. Babies were reproduced in a laboratory, and they got to live for 30 years. And at 30 years, they got to carousel. But within the Dome City, there was another system also. Are you going on carousel this evening? And they could put themselves up for availability for sexual and sexual pursuits. But they did indeed, they killed off people at 30. Now I can't remember exactly what the dome was protecting them from, but they were told they're not allowed to go outside of the dome because the air was polluted. I don't know if it's radiation or due to contaminants as part of a disease. And the people that lived in the dome had no concept that there was a world outside. Everything that they needed and could ever want was provided for them within the dome. And then when Michael York finally did run away and get outside of the dome, he and Jenny Agutter discovered old people. Very, very, very good movie, but it's also, you know, we've seen movies like Under the Dome, the Stephen King novel, serialized on TV pretty recently. I think I watched the first two seasons, and I don't know why I kind of lost interest in the third season, but it's very interesting. You know, the dome come up and surrounded a community in the city. Now, are they putting up invisible domes right now with this pandemic in the quarantine? Maybe, you know, cities will become domes that we can't escape from or can't leave from due to contamination of the COVID. The series wasn't as enjoyable, Danny. They kind of tried to copy a little bit the kind of Planet of the Apes TV serialization, where they kind of carried on in that world, but just serialized it a little bit. Toronto, yeah, I mean, it's fucking the fourth largest city in North America. There's like what 4 or 5 million people live here. And as I said yesterday, the Dollarama was starting to show signs that stuff was disappearing off the shelves. Still plenty of food in the no-frills, mind you. A Brave New World, again, this is a very similar narrative that they all lived within a society that was very, very controlled. Hey, Anika, you made it from Texas. Chipping them to prep. Nope. The chipping pin was in their hand in Logan's Run. And we heard last week that there were, or I heard last week, seen various articles on my news feed about people. Cash is spreading coronavirus, even crystal meth. Take your crystal meth to the police station to see if it's contaminated with coronavirus before you smoke it. The cash, though, for me really stood out because the cashless society was something that really kind of drew me into the whole new world order kind of conspiracy up until early 1992. I used to refer to it as the system. As like a system that's keeping us in place. When I left school and started to work and realized how many days off a year I got compared to how many days I had to work, and kind of, doesn't this seem a little bit like enslavement? But 1992 was the year that the European Union was announced. It was announced also in the 1992 that they would be pushing towards a singular European currency, the euro. And there was some stores that opened in my town as part of a test project, and these stores were called Mondex, and they had a few of them around the world in different European places. And the purpose of Mondex was that you go to this kind of like a bank, that's what it kind of was like, and they'd give you like a credit card or a Mondex card, and what you do is you'd give them $100, pay them $15 for the service, although it's pounds, pay them £15 for the the service of doing so, and they'd give you a card that then you could use to spend around the town. And many big businesses in my town had these Mondex machines, which are essentially what we have now in every single store. At my restaurant of work now, they take around the pad and people just tap it. We do have chip and pin here. You can even use your phone. You can put the RFDI or whatever it is on your phone and pay with put your bank accounts, everything on your phone, tap it. That's all you need to do. So walking tool, if you've got to get out of here, thanks for dropping by. I do miss you in the live shows. I'm glad you did make a small presence here. But the cashless society, and now we're looking at a pandemic that is in the globe. In before it was announced a pandemic, they're talking about how currency could be the spread of the coronavirus. So now that we are under a pandemic, what protocol, what agenda, what amendments, what things are they going to announce to people in order to kind of enforce this pandemic? Because, obviously once it's a pandemic, then they're going to take more steps. Once it's been clarified as a pandemic, then maybe that gives local governments the ability to declare a state of emergency. And in a state of emergency, you can also declare martial law. And quarantine is kind of a little bit of a form of martial law. If you're not allowed to go out because of contamination of viruses, then you are essentially under some kind of martial law. Problem, reaction, solution. Yes, we were just talking about that before you showed up, Giggles. It's still light out. Forced vaccine. David Icke. Who's talking about David Icke? Am I David Icke? That Danny out in this instant? I don't know. I've missed something there. Order out of chaos. And we've talked about many times on this channel, again in possibly videos that have now been deleted as part of protection of this channel. Once we've got to a status, a red community strike status of red for hate speech, I deleted anything that could be a little bit sensitive or anything I thought could possibly trigger the YouTube algorithm to delete more of my content. But the 9/11 was a prime example that they created a situation. That brought on an exact reaction that they already had the solution for. And many times said, perhaps we're going to build, it's going to need something of a global scale in order to pull a global kind of martial law. I've kind of suggested that maybe this is going to come from outer space. Maybe indeed they're forcing us into quarantine to hide us from something, a little bit in Close Encounters of the Third Kind. When they deciphered where the mothership was going to land and meet them, they staged a disease. Then they sprayed the atmosphere with chemicals that made all the cattle and livestock fall asleep. Then they started selling gas masks in canaries, and is an early warning system. People started evacuating the town once the town in the surrounding areas was empty. Then the mothership coming to land, but very similar, crisis by design in that, in order to maintain censorship or maintain that they could meet the mothership without anybody knowing. And is this whole coronavirus the global kind of thing that's going to prevent us from witnessing something of extraterrestrial origin, perhaps? But something that the globe faces together might be the one and single thing that unites the globe into accepting a global governing body to take care of the global crisis, because localized governments can act on issues and agendas outside of their jurisdiction, but we might need a global government to take care of this shit. And who might just be likely to step in? The good old United Nations in Agenda 2030. I did read an interesting comment early from somebody on the video that perhaps this whole coronavirus thing is designed to wipe out the old and the elderly. or the already sick. And Logan's Run again. We can't be living over 30. We've got to control the population. You can't live over 30. Maybe, this is the end game. Now, End of Days, I think it was made into a movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger and Gabriel Byrne. But in the book, End of Days, in 2020, a virus outbreak. Maybe we can do some Googling and get some stuff up on the screen in references. But in the book, of the End of Days, there was an epidemic, a virus that was introduced in 2020, but remained dormant until 2030. It remained dormant for 10 years, and the 10 years after that would have been 2030. Agenda 2030, that was formerly Agenda 21, is the agenda to depopularize the Earth. Here we are 10 years away from that. We're hearing the fucking climate cult ramblings of Greta Thunberg. Chicken Little, the sky is falling, the Earth is burning. It's just the same narrative of Chicken Little. But the climate is on fire. We need the governments to come and take control of the climate, and paying taxes isn't going to have any, well, maybe it does. It will probably put into more funding into the weather manipulation mechanics or agencies. But anyway, that's another thing. But this is all part of a depopulation agenda, the climate. And I even did some videos in that climate cult series suggesting, showing that some scientists are always suggesting that maybe we accept the final solution to population controlling carbon footprint by eradicating human beings. Is COVID that eradication of the human beings, or certain, is it designed to genetically affect only a certain few people? The Walking Dead, a very, very popular TV series. Everybody was infected. When you die, you become a zombie. How did everybody get affected? Nobody knows. But the CDC were very, very much involved in the comic books and the TV series. In the early days, they went to the CDC in Atlanta to seek answers. And it was the answers that they found out that everybody had it. And of course, the outcome of The Walking Dead, all of a sudden the dead come to life and started feeding upon the living. And many, many survivors form very small communities that they stick together, and they're a little bit self-sufficient. And I really do believe that kind of the Walking Dead in the zombie genre in popular culture and mainstream movies towards the turn of this century, zombies were the hottest topic for any form of media, be it comic books, graphic novels, regular books, TV shows, movies. Zombies were everywhere, and it was what I believe introduced the ideas of bug out bags and prepping and doomsday bunkers to pop culture. And predictive programming comes to us in many, many, many forms of popular culture, right back to Orwell in Huxley and Jules Verne and some of these other folks. Openly admitting the Jesuits, the Zionists, who knows, they flying empty planes so airlines don't lose their prime spot. If you don't lose your spot 80% of the time, you lose spot. Someone get Greta. Of course there is an agenda by all this, but what is that agenda? What are they leading us up for? This is what we're trying to come together tonight. The book was The End of Days. Laurie, if you're referencing the book I was talk, the UN is an evil. They are the Fourth Reich. They are what I refer to as the unified Nazis. Laurie, they are the Fourth Reich. They come together at the end of World War II, and it was a reformation of the League of Nations. And the League of Nations was formed just after World War One. However, it was prevented from coming to be because somebody saw through the cracks in their lies. That it was to prevent any one nation owning an empire, and this is what happened with the United Nations after World War II. No one nation can have an empire. That's why Great Britain rebranded its empire into the Commonwealth. It's not an empire if it's called the Commonwealth, but it's the same principles apply. But The End of Days was the book I was referencing earlier, that said that there was a virus that come in 2020 that affected a lot of people, but then remains dormant until 2030. and Agenda 2030 is the agenda for, sustainable development is the agenda to depopulate the earth and allow more nature and wildlife to grow in harmony, in what they consider in harmony and balance with the world. Georgia Guidestones, you know these things, people. I'm talking to smart guys. I don't have to spoon feed you some of this thing. Quite possibly Operation High Jump. Now, something interesting as well. I just recently watched a show that is streaming on Amazon, although I didn't watch it on Amazon. I watched it on Cyberflix, a free streaming site. But I was watching, what's it called? Hunters. It's basically Inglorious Bastards sent in the 1970s and serialized, and it's about a bunch of Jews who survived the Holocaust and hunted down the Nazis. And they talk about a little bit Operation Paperclip and how the US took in some of the Nazi scientists and stuff after World War, as all the Allied did. The Allies come together and they pretty much cherry-picked the scientists and the top Nazi minds for their own government's agenda, because they didn't want these people to get into the arms or the hands of the enemy, so to speak. It's better that we have the enemy in our pocket than let our enemies get the enemies. So Operation Paperclip was something that was very real and very well documented, where the Allied forces did cherry pick and select the Nazi scientists and brought them to their respective countries. Nazis pretty much got the NASA project up and running. It's Nazi technology that was put into the rockets. The Nazis had rockets in World War II, if you remember. They used to come over and bomb the United Kingdom, and they had the flying bombs, the doodle bugs. That they were just an aircraft. It was literally a bomb. They launched them. They didn't have any pilots in them, and they had enough kind of fuel and trajectory to get them where they needed to go. Once the fuel ran out, they dropped on their targets. But back into this TV show, The Hunters, as I said, it shows a little bunch of Jewish people that have come together to hunt down and track these Nazis and kill them. But in this movie, or in this series, the surviving Nazis that are here in the United States have infiltrated government and corporations, and they are trying to build a Fourth Reich. And towards the end, their plot comes out that they are to poison the nation. They come up with a solution or some kind of pathogen that they placed in corn syrup. And if you remember, corn syrup was something that replaced real sugar. I believe in the 90s, corn syrup was a solution. It's everywhere. And we lost things like trans fats. But within the Hunters, they put this pathogen into the corn syrup, and then this gets distributed and circulated into general population on a global scale. But they were put in the V1 and the V2 rockets. Thanks, Midi. You are our World War II expert. And I did used to kind of be a bit more into it when I was a boy, because we were still kind of taught in the 1970s. We were still taught how great the war is. And I used to read comics about the war. Well, truth is stranger than fiction. Fiction prepares us for the truths that are yet to be. So we've kind of used a few examples. There's, the movie Outbreak, Stephen King's The Stand. There was an epidemic that pretty much wiped everybody out. Who was in, Dustin Hoffman was in Outbreak, and it got transferred by monkeys or something. Just a World War II nerd. That's good. It's good to be a bit nerd about something. We're all nerds deep down. Alias watched Outbreak. Funny enough, I was going to watch Outbreak last night, but I started to watch. I've actually watched it before. Jericho. I don't remember if you can remember that TV series. It's about a terrorist launched a nuclear strike in the United States in this one little small town, Jericho, in Kansas, kind of. It's far enough away from all the blast zones, but they become a little self-sufficient and militiaized. But within that little town, there are a few secret agents from government agencies that kind of knew a little bit about what was going on. Jericho is a very good series, actually. Alias. I kind of wish there was a way that we could kind of, have a watch party where we could sometimes watch a movie. No, they actually continued it. Season three, four, and five was continued in comic book and then graphic novel form. So they did continue the series, just not on TV. Actually, I haven't read the novelization of what happened beyond that. But it's very interesting because Texas become an independent state, and turned up sort of towards the end of season two, which only had a few episodes. But yeah, it become its own like kind of nation. And there was also some talk that California had, I think, had some kind of either communist or Chinese tanks in, or signed or partnered up with these people for some kind of help. Um, the Crazies is a good one. Can't say I've heard of that. Well, maybe if you get quarantined, Alias, you can start binge watching this stuff. But a lot of this stuff has been predicted to us over the years and even in recent times, about pandemics or grids going down, or people having to survive it, you know, beyond some kind of doomsday or apocalyptic event. Are we in the we're at a pandemic, we're in the stage of pandemic right now, very, very early stages. It's only early hours, but you pretty much, lo and behold, they didn't just come up with this decision overnight. They've been talking about this long and hard for weeks and weeks and weeks. This is all by design. This is all crisis through planning, and it is being played out right before us, folks, in front of our very, very, very eyes. And this is why we brought us here to think. Yeah, Texas is there's something about Texas, and we do have a very strong Texas connection in the thrift fan community. So we're at the hour mark already. I don't know if I'm making any sense, or if you're taking any of what we've been chatting about for the last hour or so on board, or not. But this has all been programmed into us for many, many years in one way or another, and here we are now living it. And we are officially in a pandemic, folks. Many of us are prepared. Many of us have been doing this for a long time. Many people sometimes frown upon us. Oh, you're just a tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist. But now, and I seen Giggle say this is the end game. Maybe this is the end of days. Maybe this is the end game. This is the last decade of any form of freedom or independent thought. Even these things are being eradicated from society. But we're 10 years away from 2030. Agenda 2030 is a very real thing. Look it up yourself. Start doing some researching. And the global, the global threat that would unite the globe against one common foe. I've suggested, many times that I thought it might come from space, and the fact that we have a space force that was introduced to us very, very recently. And going back to Ronald Reagan, who said the same thing, I sometimes wonder what the globe would do if we faced the same common threat from outer space. Sorry, that was a very, very terrible Ronald Reagan accent. But he said this back in the 80s when they were building the Star Wars project. And again, they labeled it Star Wars project because it was referenced to very similarities to the Death Star in Star Wars. It was this thing that was out in space that could shoot down missiles, although it didn't have the power to destroy planets, or an exhaust port that was 2 meters wide, about the same size as a womp rat. But again, if you did watch Rogue One, it was an inside job. Someone did purposely build the Death Star with a button, so to speak, to make it destroy. And they did pass that information on to the rebels, who carried out a terrorist strike upon the Death Star. But the Death Star, or the Star Wars project, was something that Reagan was talking about in the 80s, and talking about the world facing a common global threat. The Watchmen, I've talked about many, many, many times. Alan Moore's The Watchmen. I did put a video up, the final chapter in The Watchmen, there's an individual name of Osmaniadis, and his symbol is the triangle. And Osmaniadis is the most intelligent and most wealthy man on the planet. He represents the global elites, the Illuminati, the New World Order. And during a period of Cold War, he calculated a plan that would bring about global peace. And that plan was to stage an alien attack upon New York City, and it took out 9 million people in the process in a false flag staged event. He got the top scientists from around the world. Is this sounding familiar, folks? He picked them up together, and they made a telepathic monster that could suck the minds of human beings. And they created it within an interdimensional space and then brought it into Earth. And they used this through the power of Dr. Manhattan, who is a man who was disassembled within a nuclear facility and literally reassembled himself molecule by molecule to become a god-like presence. But Osmaniadis plotted out this plan that if the globe had one common threat, then the Cold War would end and they would accept a singular government and one ruler that would be Osmaniadis, who picked up the pieces after the staged event that he created. Back to Star Wars. Palpatine. He was the emperor. He created a Phantom Menace. Al-Qaeda, ISIS, these are the Phantom Menace. Climate is a Phantom Menace. COVID could be the Phantom Menace. He was a single man that was playing both sides, created and played out a pre-designed plan in order to obtain totalitarian control of the universe or the galaxy, and became the first republic, the first intergalactic empire, and they ruled through peace and terror and totalitarianism. But he manipulated both sides of the party. He manipulated the Jedi. He manipulated the Trade Federation into fighting a battle that pretty much obliterated both. And then when both sides were very, very diminished, he unleashed his final stage of the plan. He executed Order 66. COVID-19 isn't anything like Order 66, but is COVID the Order 66 that has been issued to wipe out humanity in order to create a global threat that we will have to accept a savior in the form of a one world government. The Borg hive minds, I've talked about all this shit over the weeks and months that TSP TV has been in circulation. Again, stuff that I can't refer you to anymore because it has been removed. But some of you who have been watching this channel for a long time should have been educated enough, or at least taken on some of the information I put in those videos, and hopefully retain some of that information. And all of a sudden, some of this shit is making perfect sense. Woke brother, bumps to you. Glad to have you here. So we've been having quite a deep and almost philosophical debate this evening, guys. If you are just arriving us, joining us, woke. Albert Pike, indeed. I even did a video on Albert Pike. Who is he? He, for me, is the most important man that is overlooked in history because he scripted the 20th century and pretty much plotted what is exactly going on now, although good, not hood. I watch Naughty Beaver better than Star Wars. Is that adult entertainment, ATN? I don't know, but glad to have you here. I want to sneeze on a tall grey. Knock yourself out, Trip. Go do what you need to do. Many of you may be aware, I am an atheist. I don't want to apologize for that. I don't have any reason to apologize for my belief system, but those of you that do have beliefs, maybe now's the time to start believing a little bit harder in whatever it is you believe in. I believe in what I can see and touch and feel. If not you agree with me, I don't press to go into that kind of stuff or topics or things. Everyone is entitled to believe whatever it is they want to believe in that makes them feel better, but we have to agree that we are in a time that could be a crisis. Who knows how out of control things are going? We've mentioned earlier in tonight's episode that people have already started panic buying, and crisis is already beginning to show with a shortage of food at the supermarkets and grocery stores. And this was before it was announced a pandemic. You can bet your bottom dollar that a lot more people are suddenly going to go out and start panic buying at the local stores and grabbing up anything and everything they possibly can. I don't know, because some people who are not atheists kind of frown upon atheism as a belief system, I guess. This is what I say. I like you, you like me. Let's just be excellent to one another. It doesn't really matter what we believe in. We have to just understand that we are facing the same foe, and that is the global elites, be it the Illuminati, New World Order, whatever you want to call them. That's who we face together, guys. These people could well be in the stages of Endgame. They may be drawing their plans against us, a little bit like War of the Worlds. Do you remember? It was the Earth germs in the end that stopped the Martians. All of Earth's technology and might at the time couldn't stop the Martian invaders, but Earth germs killed them. Maybe they do, Trip, maybe they don't. As I said, each to their own. Believe what you want to believe in. This is what I'm saying. I'm very good. You don't have to agree with the rationality of your thinking. Also respect each other. As I say, guys, I respect each and every one of your rights to believe whatever it is you want to believe in. And certainly I'm not out to change your belief systems in any shape or form. I just want you to be a little bit, goodness, I can't say what I'm trying to put into words. I just hope that somehow through my channel, through the stuff I taught you about the pantry, from stuff we're talking about tonight, how somehow this may better prepare you for what is to come, or give you a little bit more insight than the next door neighbor, perhaps, who doesn't watch TSP TV. But I like to think, or try to be, feel that we are all kind of on the same page when we realize what we truly are up against. This is it, the old-fashioned values, going back to the good old days where folk helped each other and didn't walk by when the suffering was suffering next to us. So the virus Keim is looking to be a Mandarin, possibly woke. Quite possibly, this is where we're heading, as we are in the very early stages of this pandemic. The hours, days, weeks ahead, who knows what's coming to be. Good stuff, guys. And as I say, we are a good little tight bunch, and for the most part, we are always excellent to one another at the thrift store. We don't judge or have any prejudice towards anyone. Come one, come all, cause as you come as you are, so to speak. Just don't start stalking me and my mother and sending me creepy texts about it. Anyway, moving on. So some of those examples I give you from fiction, predictive programming, coming true, folks. And can't say I told you so, but told you so. And maybe some of you out there, you can tell your neighbors and friends, told you so. You laughed at me for prepping, but now I'm sitting pretty while you ain't got a fucking square to spare to wipe your own ass. Singular currency, mandatory vaccines, end to travel and open borders, quarantine smart cities they've been building, they've been preparing to this. This is why we've been seeing so many high rises going on. The Agenda 2030, stack and pack, keep us close to the hub so we can go and do the jobs that require doing within those smart cities. Toronto is building its own privatized city that has its own laws and regulations, a country within a city, an own privatized little principality, so to speak, within the jurisdiction of Toronto, but has its own rules and regulations where you can buy in and gain more and more access to certain facilities in that city, the more data and information you have to put up. We love to laugh, we love to swear, we love to be inappropriate as much as we can here. You do know this, but at the minute we are kind of facing something that is a little bit serious, and we're in it together, folks, be it far and wide, wherever we are. But last year saw some very, very strange weather, and I believe that this was part of the plan. You know, this is where the seeds were planted long, long ago. Let's create a food shortage by destroying crops before the food even grows. Take out a whole season of growing, and that's already going to start shorter. Then introduce a virus to humanity, and then declare pandemic once the shelves are already almost empty. And then all of a sudden, oh my God, people are starving in quarantine. We can't go anywhere. We can't go to the store. The stores are empty anyway. Even if we could go to them, please, somebody feed us. Um, I believe China was the pilot project dummy run. Let's see how we can control a mass population with totalitarianism. And you know, many people in China don't realize they're living under totalitarianism. They're blissfully ignorant to what's going on. But they have social media schools, they have quarantine, re-education, reprogramming centers, all this type of stuff going on within the borders of China. And I believe China is the pilot project for the global one world government. The vaccine became mandatory for all Chinese in November or December. They're already mandatory, and they just had their mandatory vaccinations before the virus happened. Very, very interesting, alias. Yeah, still, that's where they all had this is what I'm saying. Was there really ever an outbreak in Wuhan? Was the hospital that they made in 7 days just a big publicity stunt? If they were all vaccinated before the outbreak broke, then how come the outbreak broke there? All right. And do you remember the story that 5 million people in China were vaccinated? Never ever saw any pictures or photographs circulating of these 5 million. We just heard a little story, and maybe one of those, hey, I've got a friend in China who happens to be a doctor, and they shared this with me. Because communist countries are all part of the same project, people. There is no communist, there is no opposite to communist. They are all one, the same bird. These profits go into the same pockets, be they from a communist country, be they from a socialist country, be they from a capitalist country. All the profits go into the same pockets of the same conglomerate that owns pretty much everything. The banks, the media, every single corporation on earth is owned by a larger conglomerate. There's no real independence now. They are making a monopoly to own everything. That's why Disney owns every fucking form of media, because it's part of a larger conglomerate. Disney is owned by somebody else, and now Disney owns everything under there. So whoever owns Disney effectively owns everything that Disney owns, and so on and so on and so on. The Georgia Guidestones, we've already made them. They say they don't trade with Cuba. Whether or not they do remains to be seen. I'm probably going to guess that they do. The COVID vax to it next. Flu jabs are things that you can go and get for free. Onward. Funny enough, I was going to watch that the other day. It is online available to watch. In Disney, my goodness, they've been programming us since the 40s, or since Disney come to be. They've been programming us. And there's been a lot, pretty much in every Disney movie, somewhere or another, they do have the chemtrails in the background. What is in Agenda 2030? Well, Agenda 2030 was pretty much what Agenda 21 was, but they've kind of fast-tracked a little bit. It's about sustainable development. It's about having areas that humans cannot go into. It's about having areas that some humans can go into. And it's about having localized populous areas in forms of mega or smart cities. Again, Judge Dredd, 2000 AD, the mega cities. As a hunter, I don't like. Yeah, maybe I might watch that a little later this evening when we do go off air. What have been going for now? Nearly an hour and 20 minutes. Of course you do. You were brought up indoctored into the Disney franchise. We all were as young. Disney programmed us from the biggest Chicken Little, Disney's Chicken Little. I wish we could show it on here, but I'm pretty sure we'd get a community strike if we showed it line. The Hunger Games again, teaching sacrificial, game sports. You kill people in order to gain food, and this whole let's all be fabulous. And Hunger Games is a little bit more battle royale, which was the Korean movie back in the day that took underachieving kids out to a secret island, put a neck thing on them, a neck collar on them that would explode if they tried to take it off or escape the island, and give them all individuals weapons and told them to survive. Last man alive or last girl alive gets to keep their freedom. And a film where school kids run around massacring each other. Corey Feldman is in the news. That's right. He's got a documentary or something coming out that he's going to expose the pedo, the Hollywood pedo ring. And he's been talking about the Hollywood pedos for quite some time. But mainstream media will kind of turned him into be a bit of a whack job and hid him away. What are we talking about? Goonies. What was the predictive program in the Goonies? I can't remember. I mean, I remember the movie, but I can't remember anything in there. But yeah, he was in both. Were both Corey's in the Goonies, or just the one? Uh, um, Goodness, yeah, Goonies is a great movie. One of those movies, if you're of a certain age, probably influenced your childhood a great deal. Get that booty. Was it One-Eyed Willie was the name of the pirate? So, still trying to read a few of your comments here. Please excuse me, I haven't gone AWOL or anything. But yeah, Disney very much has put us into a lot of has put a lot of predictive programming out there, and I do advise each and every one of you to watch the 1940s Chicken Little, because that kind of really does explain how propaganda and the elites use their manipulation to influence each and every aspect of lifestyle in order to carry out their agenda. Data, yeah, of course, Data was short round in Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, Indiana Jones' little sidekick, if you remember. And I never watched The Sandlot. I probably have. That's where the kids make the baseball field or something, right? But yeah, we're kind of going into the realms of 80s nostalgia. Indeed, yeah, there's almost a penis in every single hidden in plain sight in every single Disney poster. And who own the Gooners house are mean, don't like visitors hanging around tarps so you can't. That's a little bit sad. The sky is falling, exactly. I did post a link to it during the Greta Thunberg height of popularity, that the sky is falling is just, if you replace that in Chicken Little, sky is falling for climate change, it's very accurate, almost scaringly so, how they have carried out the manipulation of the young in that convince the dumbest level of society that something is going to happen, and allow them to then respread that information, a little bit like how the Nazis used the Hitler Youth, in order to spread their propaganda and brainwash the minds of future voters, and a little bit why, all this non-binary, transgender, drag queens, LGBTQRXYZZ, all this kind of stuff. All these people do not repopulate. All this is kind of all tied in together to where we are being led to a singularity, the single government, the single currency, chip and pin, single sex, no marriage, no repopulation. Everything is going to be controlled, and every aspect of our life will be handed out to us. Independent thought is being removed and replaced by programming. Goodness gracious! As much as I love some of the girls at work, their young minds, I feel so very sorry for them. They don't even realise they've been probably been brainwashed. But we're talking about the two gender. Oh, it's not as easy as that. Gender is a social construct. Okay, can you tell me something other than that? Can you actually tell me what a social construct is? Can you tell me an independent thought of your own and not something that you saw and are repeating from a 2-minute Instagram link that you watched or something you caught on Facebook? Because they're repeating the narrative. It's just a social construct. It's much more difficult at it. But what if I wanted to identify as a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle? Would you accept that as valid? Is it only, can you only identify as a sex that you're not? Is that the only way of identification that you can have? Where does the parameters begin? Where do they end? Can I identify as a poo emoji? Now that's just stupid. But it's not stupid to identify as the opposite sex, but it's stupid to identify as a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle or a poo emoji. But if you open up the parameters to identify as something you're not, then where do you close those? Like, is there only going to be a certain few things that you can identify as, or is it just free reign? Identify as what the fuck? Hello, William Mason. Wuhan 400 in a book. We were just talking about that book, William Mason. I believe it was The End of Days. The original fairy tales were very, very, very violent. All of this fear virus talking is teaching the young ones to be scared. Exactly. And a fearful society is an acceptable society. And we're easier to fall in line. And again, now we are being force-fed this global pandemic that certainly is going to raise the fear factor. Cartoons, movies, I've told you, predictive programming is everywhere, and it is indoctrinated into us at a very young age. This is why they put it in the cartoons, and this is why I believe that all these young drag kids and transgender kids, these guys have had their fucking brains washed, because these have been the first kind of generation that have been brought up by a tab or an iPad. Instead of a babysitter, they just stick a tablet in front of them that keep them quiet. They have cartoons designed for very young people called drag tots. This is for preschoolers, brainwash you, program you into a mindset, and these are the people that are going to be close to adulthood come 2030. All these vegan, climate cultists, non-binary individuals, they're going to be only too happy to accept a singular government. These are the Logan Run inhabitants that are being bred. It's happening, people. We could very, very well be heading towards the end of days ourselves. Still got 13 people watching, 17 thumbs up. That's not bad. What are you looking for suggestions for, Trip? Yeah, William Mason. Or was this another book? There's been quite a lot of things that have predicted, not necessarily COVID labeled, but I did see something about what you're referencing. I'm not sure if it is the end of days, but that was one of the one that was very, very pivotal to me, because it kind of mentioned the time zones, and everything kind of blended in or fell into line with Agenda 2030. Again, there was the book after it happened, or was it 1 second after? That was what it was called. It's a book that was supposedly the reason many people started prepping. I actually listened to the audiobook last year, and it is little more than propaganda. And it kind of, when you, even I was listening to this book knowing it was propaganda, and like somewhere through the chapters, like, oh my God, I need to prep more. I need to prep more. This is going to happen. Oh my God. But we are, as I say, keep repeating, in a pandemic now. Do I need to go out and prep more and more and more? Or are the preps that I have on hand going to be sufficient enough? I don't know. As I said, there was a part of me that did want to kind of go out and see if there was anything going on at the dollar store today, any different to yesterday, as we are in a pandemic. See if there was anything left on the shelves in the no-frills. See how the toilet paper, because yesterday there was stacks and stacks of it. $5 for 12, generic, not any fancy brand, but shall I do? But I didn't really want to go out today. I did get a couple of days off a week, and I do like to have one day where I don't have to go anywhere or do anything. Excuse me. You're in very similar company then, William Mason. Glad to have you here with us this evening. But we have had quite a long and lengthy discussion so far about some of these fiction examples of what we are now seeing. And as you said, with the red pill community, the truth community, the realist, whatever you want to kind of call it, we've kind of, we've been prepared for something, and maybe this is the something that we've been prepared for. So glad to have a like-minded individual with us tonight. Thank you very much, William, for joining in. And I did actually have a lot of truth content on this channel at one point until YouTube started community striking me for such thing. And as a result, to kind of preserve the channel, because it is important to some of the folks that are my viewers and part of this community, to keep this channel going. Most people do like to kind of join in each and every week with the live shows, even if it is small numbers, even if it's a little bit larger. But we had to take that off, that content down, in order to preserve the channel and the community. And lucky enough, goodness gracious, something I forgot to mention already, that it is the 11th of March. I'm officially strike free, back on a level playing ground. So we did successfully get through that dodgy period of time where we were on a code red. Back in 11th of February, we did drop down to a single tick on the community strike box, and now we're back down to none. We are completely strike free. So maybe test the boundaries a little bit by leaving up a couple of these live feeds, because we have mentioned a couple of sensitive things tonight, like psychological operations, crisis actors, yada yada woo woo. We won't talk a little bit more about that. Yeah, we could party, but every time we start planning a party, Becky P, we start losing subscribers. We almost had one foot in the door for the 2K subscribers party. Ever since then, we've lost 30 something subscribers. But yeah, we are back on a level playing field, so we don't have to be as cautious as we have been over the last months. So maybe that's a little bit of an introduction in time to probably reinvent, not even that's the word, but maybe get back to putting a little bit more truthful type content on there. Yeah, let's have a non-pie. Let's just be grateful that we're in the green, and maybe we'll be able to broadcast through whatever. It's stupid as it sounds. Sorry to try and maybe we do need to get a little bit lighthearted this evening, but I was actually thinking, what, quarantine might be quite fun. I could catch up on some reading, start watching some of the TV shows I never ever got round to watching. Maybe I could go live each and every day, the quarantine live show, watch me eat my beans in ramen. Told you so pantry skills. Really woke. Actually, funny enough, that was what I got my third and almost final strike for. Was talking about there was an incident in Jersey City just before Christmas, if you can remember. Um, but I mentioned that quite possibly what you can't say on another channel and typed out there that those individuals happen to be involved. Certainly, that the one individual that had a particularly bad weave forgot her lines live and couldn't remember if she was picking up her son or her nephew from a school that had been put in a lockdown. Common mistake to make. Most parents, I think, would or aunts or uncles would confuse their offspring for a niece. Um, Thank you. Appreciate that, woke. But that is something that I did get a strike for. That was actually the strike that was removed today. Laurie, March 11, 3/11/22, pandemic cleared 322 club. Interesting. Very, very interesting. And very interesting that I did notice with all my community strikes that 11 and 13 featured in both of them. I actually chatted to Bubba News about that, and he, without me even telling him, he's like, "Whoa, there's a factor of 13 and 11 in every one of them." And here we are, 11, 3, 22. 3/11s would be 33. 2/2s, 2/3/3s would be 66. Anyway, I posted a list of pandemic watch movies to watch. Awesome. Yeah, that would be something you could do. Watch pandemic movies while you are quarantined through quarantine. Awesome stuff. That's why I was saying it'd be fun if we could have watch parties, because that's what we could do through our quarantine. We could get together and hang out and chill with one another. So funny enough, I did start putting some of my items away that I picked up yesterday at the No Frills and Dollar store into the pantry, and I am pretty much filled to capacity. Let's have a little wander over there. So this is some stuff I've got to, you know what, let's downsize that in a little while. Sorry about the edginess, but I've still got this to go through. I did eat some candy bars yesterday as a little treat. After that, I did make myself some dollar store chili mac, which I do have a serving of upstairs. I might heat it up and eat for you and show you how much you can make. But I got some cheese nips to put away still. Some crackers there. Ramen and the swish. I did eat a box of crackers as well yesterday, so I had a pretty much a total dollar store meal plan yesterday. But there we go. Ramen, oatmeals, granolas, powdered milk, stuff like that. Banana chips, peanuts, shrimp crackers, cooked rice, beef jerky, meat sticks, that kind of stuff. Crackers, granola bars, cookies, zum zums and wham whams, Melba bread, Twinkies, beverages, Kool-Aid, Tang, Hawaiian punch, tea, coffees, peanut butter, jelly, dehydrated mashed potatoes, a whole case of dehydrated mashed potatoes. I've got some beans, I've got some veggies, I've got some fruit, I've got some lentils, refried beans. I've got pork and beans, I've got boyardee, I've got chili as well in one of these somewhere. That's chili down in the bottom there. I've got more beans, maple beans, tomato beans, pork and beans. I've got canned chicken, canned corned beef, canned pickled vegetables like jalapenos. I've got some canned salsa there that I can mix in with ramen, make it a little bit tasty. You've watched my channel, you know how I use these items. I've got many recipes where I use my pantry items in order to prepare ramen-based dishes. Over here, I've got kind of seasonings, soup base. I've got some powdered pancake, the just add water pancake mix. This is powdered egg, powdered milk involved. You can add this to a little bit of things for extra nutritional value, a little bit like protein powder. Canned potatoes. Here I've got chunky Campbell soup, and I got the 3 cans of turkey, no, 4 cans of turkey luncheon meat I picked up yesterday. The bottom ones, beans, lentils, chickpeas, and nothing but this drawer is absolutely full. There is a little space there. This is the next one I'm working on, so we'll probably be picking up some more luncheon meat. These are the only 2 drawers I really have any real room left in. There are a couple of little spaces you can see here at the front. In here I've got my ration tray, I've got some knives, forks, some container, like takeout containers, napkins, condiments, kitchen kind of utensils, stuff like that. In now I've got my first aid and medical stuff. That's what Hoopty sent me. There is a red cup I was drinking out. There's actually my little ramen, right? My speedy ramen cooker Hoopty sent me. There's my eBay EDC ready to go if I need it. Some rations ready to review. MREs and ramen, guys. You know, this is what I've put together over a year. This is why I did it. We're in a situation now where I might have to live off this for the coming days and weeks, but if I do, unlike some people who haven't been prepping, I'm going to be doing okay. Yeah, exactly. You can make some hummus. Sorry, woke, didn't mean to make you hungry, brother, but that's what I got. Let's do some downsizing for you. I'll just show you a few other things that I do have on hand. There's how many grams? I can't even see that. But there's some Spaceman. There's a ½ ounce of Critical Kush. There's an 1/8 of pink tuna. There's another pink tuna. There's a white Smurf. So I've got lots of quite a bit of herb on hand to see me through for a little while. Although there's not as much herb as I used to have on hand. I did have a lot more on hand, but smoked it. Yeah, I need some flaming hot Cheetos, possibly. Prior military 1990s BS in sorry, that's interesting. Is this you, William? Used to be in the military. BS in computer electronics, communications engineering. Can see everything that's coming. Get ready. Looks like you are making self-propelled generator. Yeah, I've been getting ready for a little while, William, so I'm certainly glad that you're here with us. So yeah, I've got some herbs prepared next to it. Here's all my gold marijuana bags. Sorry. That's what I was getting at, that one there. There's another one there. So I have a whole bunch here, look, that they give me that are still not sealed, and I got a bunch that were originally sealed, but I saved these. These are great things to utilize in your pantry and your preps. I've got a nice big one there, still even little crumbs, and I've got these little green ones. I like these. These are really cool. These are probably about the perfect size for nut sacks, I think, if I ever get them again. But I do save all my mylars from my marijuana deliveries because they're extremely, extremely useful. I'm actually thinking you could probably can with them. So now we've got law enforcement, we've got medical people, and we've got our own military mind in the Thrift Fam tonight with William. Thank you, brother. Also appreciate some military insight, and may I take this time to thank you for your service, my friend. Certainly do respect anyone who does serve in any form of military, be it the Army, the Navy, or the Air Force. So what I'm going to do is, actually I've got a bag too many. So this, as you can see, it's a little bit of a bulky. I've showed you this before, guys, if you haven't seen it. So what we do is we can take 2 out And each one of these pouches has 2 servings of mashed potato. It really does make me wish we did have a little bit of land somewhere that we could all go and make our little thriftorium. You know, the thriftorium. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Thriftopia. That was what I was looking for. Where we could all live together in some kind of commune. So open up the gusset on the bag. It should stand up. Oh, we've lost the Smurf. This was something I picked up at the dollar store a little while ago. A little multi-tool. It's like a little Swiss Army knife. It's got a knife in it. This was $4. It's got a knife, bottle openers, scissors, stuff like that. It's not a very sharp knife, as you can see. I take one of these. Like that. And you get the other one. And the same. Somehow, some way, I always get a little bit over the studio, but it's kind of full to the brim, look. But you can pat it down. And seal it up. And if this hadn't had the top part cut off as it had, I could heat seal it if I really want to. Trump is going live. Should we see if we can watch Trump live together? I'm pretty sure they'll let us watch that and without getting a community strike. So that's how I package my instant mashed potatoes. And I'm going to have to try and put it in there. I'm going to leave you over here for a sec, guys, while I do that, because the OCD is kicking in a little bit. Excuse me. Okay, so let me come over and show you a little bit more again. So you can see there, that's how much each and every single one of those has exactly the same, 2 bags in each. So that's my bottom one. Here you can see, look, cookies, there's the tea bags, teddy bears. These are fucking amazing for $1. They're $1 each, these in the dollar store. But I can take that off. You can have a little look what I got in there. There's my peanut butter, Hawaiian punch, pouches of Tang, sugar. Some of this stuff I've saved from my MREs. There's some tea and stuff there, some fancy teas. And these are all the sugars and coffees and stuff I saved from my ration reviews. They're all in there. This whole thing smells like tea bags. What do I got underneath? Yeah, more cookies and crackers under there, biscuits. Still trying to do this one-handed. Hold on. There you can see Twinkies, Ritz crackers. Those are all crackers in there. Cookies. Those they're $1 each at the dollar store. They're like an MRE bar. They got protein bar. 400 calories in each one. You can kind of see all the granola bars and stuff on that side. Not going to open that one up. These are kind of like pretzels, little goldfishy pretzels. These are like breadsticks, little tiny breadsticks. Crackers, that's all different crackers. There's also kind of some saltine types at the bottom. In this one here you can see I've got cooked rice. That's bugging me a little bit. There's a couple of packs of oatmeal I threw in there. Jerky, meat sticks. Could probably throw a little bit more jerky in if I wanted to, but sorry about that little bit of strange bit filming. But that's my pantry. Those are some of the stuff you don't see. I mean, I could take all of this out, but there's not much really to see. I mean, if you want, look, you can see peanuts and shrimps. Usually oatmeals, stuff like that, guys. So there was a little bit of a sneaky look inside my pantry. Some of the containers that you don't often get to look inside to. Alrighty, so let's see if we can find a feed with Trump. Maybe we can watch that together, folks. Don't be jealous, Alias, and maybe watch some of my pantry build videos and follow suit. Then you too could have this awesome stuff. Thank you, I am well. Exorbitant. I've got some of them. I saved them. The moisture absorbent. Woke, hell yeah, thank you for that. I hope that become apparent, Nancy. He's going live at 8 p.m. So yeah, maybe we'll try and find a thing. He's going OCD right now. Yeah, no, I just kind of like to keep my preps and stuff in kind of some kind of order in up together. I don't know why. It's a little bit of a, as I say, OCD or anal thing. Got to have those cookies. Indeed, and again, cookies have, you tend to use milk or butter and stuff, and then you have calcium, the calories, stuff like that. They will fill you up. You gotta have a few comforts in an emergency, and I have many different varieties. I kind of can put together breakfasts, I can put together lunch, I can put together suppers, I can put together little desserts. I've got snacks and treats, and each and every one of them do provide some kind of balanced form of nutrition. So I'm glad you enjoyed looking through my containers there. You can buy them online, Nancy, or just save them when you come across them in the everyday items. Save them. Oxygen absorber. Yeah, I had a couple just here somewhere. Yeah, here they are. Maybe I should throw a couple of these in alongside them. So let me just put my bag of Mylar. Yes, I have started a year ago, plus I take your advice, so I'm getting there, but prep not finished yet. I have me 2 daughters and yeah, that's the thing. I am prepping for myself, Alias, which does make things a little bit more easier and not as expensive if you've got daughters. And again, kids and stuff are like finicky eaters and things like that. You've got to maybe pay a little bit more attention to what you're buying. But I like to see I'm pretty stocked up on a variety of stuff, and a lot of this stuff, I can eat beyond their expiration if need be. But still, folks, I think this is where they come from, actually. I bought some vitamin D the other day, and got a good suspicion that's where they are come out of. I'm gonna kind of put you down. Trump announcement, right? something 3 hours ago. Let's look for a live feed. Sorry guys, I'm not ignoring you. I'm just okay, it's somebody waiting for it on another channel. So I'm trying to I can't read your comments right now. So we've got 10 people watching right now. Bloomberg, Sky News. Let's chuck Bloomberg up. You know what? I'm going to cast it. Can't see what you're saying.
I'll show people how many infections are actually out there and what we should do. Perhaps closing down the schools and perhaps stop all the social gatherings. That's more effective. However, those actions were not being taken.
Okay, this is Bloomberg, folks.
Correct me if I'm wrong. All these tech cards will only provide a brief relief in the financial market.
We're waiting to hear from President Trump in about an hour and 5 minutes from now whether or not we're going to have a proposal for a stimulus program. This seems like a macroeconomic crisis. It's a healthcare crisis, not yet a financial crisis. Would you agree with that?
Well, this is definitely a public health crisis, but if things drag longer, it may eventually become a trigger a financial crisis because we are the economy is already in a very fragile status. Back to 2018 and 2019, we barely see any growth in the corporate earnings of the United States. Instead, we're having
only an hour and 5 minutes. Yeah, so I did have to go and take a piss, guys.
This stock market from
this
falling.
Doesn't look. Let's see what
right
Sky is saying. Bloomberg, that looks like a radio show. Can you see that okay, guys? Hopefully we're not going to get any community strikes on this. This is Sky News. So this is running on UK time, so it's saying it's Thursday. Trying to get it so you can see the whole screen. They're showing the weather right now. So I have lost the access to read your comments because I'm using my phone to cast this. If I try to get the comments up, it's going to be sanctuary cities will cut off if dollars now. They all report in numbers to get, sorry, the love of money, Shah, maybe. Hour and 5 minutes from now, he said, follow the dollars. Yeah, always follow the money. And this is what I said yesterday, it's what I'm telling today, that this COVID crisis so far, someone is profiting. Whoever owns Lysol, whoever owns Bounty, hand towels, toilet paper, the sanitizer, all these things are all owned by the same company, I'm pretty sure, if we looked into it. So they are showing us the weather around the world here at the minute. Sorry about that. News update. 92 news watching. President live. I'm trying to find one of like the big outlets like Global News or CCTV, but at the minute this is all we've got going. I don't know if one of Global News isn't on here. I've been done a search. I'm doing it via YouTube. It's pretty much going to be the same address. It doesn't matter what news outlet we look at. They're all going to be showing the same. He's not going to be doing different fucking announcements for different outlets, I'm sure. But he's not going on for an hour in 5 minutes. So they really are going to town with this weather. The TP Barons are probably doing well. They have a shitty quarter. I like what you did there, Smitty. Thank you for still continuing to bring some humor. Not the most humorous of. Let's go back to Bloomberg. Let me do a search for Global. Global News Live. Okay. Bloomberg ain't saying shit right now. Okie doke, I got Global News Live. They've got a stream. So they're just showing the White House, folks. That's all they're showing right now is the White House. So with that being said, let me stop casting. Go back to the comments. And this is funny, that video, look, is still saying it's processing, but it's already uploaded. It's got 74 views so far. 10 people were watching the COVID contamination. Right. Sorry. I've got you back. Here we are. It's 9 p.m. Eastern time. So I got you back on there. So what are we missing? Smitty. The TP, yeah, we've seen that. That dude said 1 hour 5 minutes till Trump. I have a ration ticket. It's called Low. My mum from the reaction. Hopefully they will wake people up to prepare. Well, I think the panic preppers that we've seen like hitting the news feeds in the last week, they're not really that prepared at all. They're prepared if they're gonna get some fucking Montezuma's revenge type diarrhea that's gonna be volcanic. They got plenty of shit paper to wipe that up, but whether or not they're gonna be able to feed themselves, who knows? Anyway, not for an hour. Yeah, he's not going to be on for another hour. So I thought we could have possibly watched that together, but that would mean we'd have to stick around for another hour. Trump is on now? He really is? Okay, dear God. Global news. Oh, sorry, I should have kept it there. So Trump's on, right? Okay, let's see what he's got to say. We'll get you back over there, folks.
Large-scale and very dangerous health threats. This is the way it always was and always will be. It only matters how you respond, and we are responding with great speed and professionalism. Our team is the best anywhere in the world. At the very start of the outbreak, we instituted sweeping travel restrictions on China and put in place the first federally mandated quarantine in over 50 years. We declared a public health emergency and issued the highest level of travel warning on other countries as the virus spread its horrible infection. And taking early, intense action, we have seen dramatically fewer cases of the virus in the United States than are now present in Europe. The European Union failed to take the same precautions and restrict travel from China and other hotspots. As a result, a large number of new clusters in the United States were seeded by travelers from Europe. After consulting with our top government health professionals, I have decided to take several strong but necessary actions to protect the health and well-being of all Americans. To keep new cases from entering our shores, we will be suspending all travel from Europe to the United States for the next 30 days.
No travel to Europe for 30 days.
Into effect Friday at midnight. These restrictions will be adjusted subject to conditions on the ground. There will be exemptions for Americans who have undergone appropriate screenings, and these prohibitions will not only apply to the tremendous amount of trade and cargo, but various other things as we get approval. Anything coming from Europe to the United States is what we are discussing. These restrictions will also not apply to the United Kingdom. At the same time, we are monitoring the situation in China and South Korea. And as their situation improves, we will reevaluate the restrictions and warnings that are currently in place. Oh my God,
look how slow this phone. I'm trying to get this phone, your comments up on this phone.
Earlier this week, I met with the leaders of
and you can see how much Wi-Fi I've got,
who have agreed to waive all co-payments for coronavirus treatments, extend insurance coverage to these treatments, and to prevent surprise medical billing. We are cutting massive amounts of red tape to make antiviral therapies available in record time. These treatments will significantly reduce the impact and reach of the virus. Additionally, last week I signed into law an $8.3 billion funding bill to help
Look
CDC
at
and
that.
other government agencies fight the virus and support vaccines, treatments, and distribution of medical supplies. Testing capabilities are expanding rapidly day by day. We are moving very quickly. The vast majority of Americans, the risk is very, very low. Young and healthy people can
Look.
expect to recover fully and quickly
I've never seen
if
that
they
before.
should get the virus.
It's taken
The
away the
highest
chat.
risk is for elderly population with underlying health conditions.
Oh, wait.
The elderly population must be very, very careful. In particular, we are strongly
I don't know what's going on with
advising
my
that
cough.
nursing
Excuse me,
homes for
guys.
the elderly suspend all medically unnecessary visits. In general, older Americans should also avoid non-essential travel in crowded areas. My administration is coordinating directly with communities with largest outbreaks, and we have issued guidance on school closures,
Okay, I got the comments up.
social distancing, and reducing large gatherings. Smart action today will prevent the spread of the virus tomorrow. Every community faces different risks, and it is critical for you to follow the guidelines of your local officials who are working closely with our federal health experts, and they are the best. For all Americans, it is essential that everyone take extra precautions and practice good hygiene.
Good
Each
hygiene.
of us has a role to play in defeating this virus. Wash your hands, clean often used surfaces, cover your face and mouth if you sneeze or cough. And most of all, if you are sick or not feeling well, stay home. To ensure that working Americans impacted by the virus can stay home without fear of financial hardship, I will soon be taking emergency action, which is unprecedented, to provide financial relief.
Awesome.
This will
Take
be
advantage of this,
targeted for
anyone.
workers
You
who
all
are
feel
ill,
sick, get the financial
quarantined, or
relief.
caring for others due to coronavirus. I will be asking Congress to take legislative action to extend this relief.
We all need some of that relief,
The
folks.
economic policies that we have put into place over the last 3 years, we have the greatest economy anywhere in the world by far. Our banks and financial institutions are fully capitalized and incredibly strong. Our unemployment is at a historic low. This vast economic prosperity gives us flexibility, reserves, and resources to handle any threat that comes our way. This is not a financial crisis. This is just a temporary moment of time that we will overcome together as a nation and as a world. However, to provide extra support for American workers, families, and businesses, tonight I am announcing the following additional actions. I am instructing the Small Business Administration to exercise available authority to provide capital and liquidity to firms affected by the coronavirus. Effective immediately, the SBA will begin providing economic loans in affected states and territories. These low-interest loans will help small businesses overcome
Low interest
temporary
loans,
economic
folks. Guess who
disruptions
that money's going
caused by
to?
the
The
virus.
fucking Federal
To
Reserve,
this
I
end,
bet
I'm
you.
asking Congress to increase funding for this program
Who
by an
owns the Federal
additional
Reserve?
$50 billion.
$50
Using
billion.
emergency authority, I will be instructing the Treasury Department to defer tax payments without interest or penalties for certain individuals and businesses negatively impacted. This action will provide more than $200 billion of additional liquidity to the economy. Finally, I am calling on Congress to provide Americans with immediate payroll tax relief. Hopefully, they will consider this very strongly. We are at a critical time in the fight against the virus. We made a life-saving move with early action on China. Now we must take the same action with Europe. We will not delay. I will never hesitate to take any necessary steps to protect the lives, health, and safety of the American people. I will always put the well-being of America first. If we are vigilant and we can reduce the chance of infection, which we will significantly impede the transmission of the virus. The virus will not have a chance against us. No nation is more prepared or more resilient than the United States. We have the best economy, the most advanced healthcare, and the most talented
Emergency
doctors,
powers.
scientists, and
Palpatine
researchers anywhere in the
asked
world.
for emergency
We
powers
are
to
all
fight the
in
Trade
this
Federation.
together. We must
Emergency
put
powers may be
politics
handed to
aside,
Trump. Politics
stop
aside.
the partisanship, and unify together as
Unify
one nation
one. This
and
is
one
what I was
family.
just talking about earlier.
As history has proven
We
time and
face the
time
same
again,
threat.
Americans always rise to the challenge and overcome adversity. Our future remains brighter than anyone can imagine. Acting with compassion
Do it,
and love,
Smee.
we will heal the sick,
Farm that shit
care
out to
for
other
those
people.
in
Go
need,
home.
help our fellow citizens, and emerge from this challenge stronger and more unified than ever before. God bless you. And
Unified
God
more
bless
than
America.
ever before.
Thank you.
Okay, that ended. It's over. So, folks, that was pretty interesting. Let me try and get your comments up again, if I can. The stream ended. So, and funny enough, look what time it ended, everybody. 9:11. 9:11. Fuck me. Could they have been more of a convenient time to have ended? 9:11. Jesus. These guys. Oh, God. So, yeah, that was some pretty interesting stuff. I don't know if you all caught that, or not. Yeah, they saw the face reflection. I do that quite often. Smitty, some of these people do that. But yeah, it finished it in 9/11. That was amazing. Sorry if you couldn't hear that. Is good. As I said, we kind of threw this together very last minute. Yeah, well, it was 9/11 if you were on the Eastern time. But some drastic measures, and he's asking for emergency powers. Now, Caesar asked for emergency powers also, and then served long after his term had ended. But I think the financial stuff is the carrot, right? Let's stare at the can. Oh, hey guys, you can all get financial help if you want to stay home if you're affected. But I mean, fair play if that's true that they are going to try and help out people, but it will come at some cost, I'm sure. They're not going to give it out for free. But anyway, he was talking about, making money available, funds, 30 days, no travel to Europe. So pretty much, no transportation or things coming in and out of Europe for a while. He spoke about emergency powers. He said how we have to put everything. This is what we've all said on TSP TV. We've got to be just excellent to each other. Doesn't matter who you believe in. But a little bit what I was talking about earlier this evening about the global threat and everybody facing the same foe. In this case, everybody is facing the foe of coronavirus. We're all in this together. This is the unifying fact. I actually do believe this is a little bit, could this really be the end game here? End of Days predicted this in their novel. It's a setup for what? The $1 million question. We're on the same page, certainly. Glad you joined us tonight, William. You've made some very interesting content contributions to this evening's proceedings. As I said, certainly very glad to have some military mind aboard here. Yeah, it's all part of the narrative. They've been planning this for a long time. The pandemic, we were talking about The Walking Dead, how everybody was in The Walking Dead is infected. Is everybody infected with the COVID-19? But only some of us. It will trigger the symptoms. Maybe that was when Trump was on live and I started to cough. And maybe that was my trigger, the symptoms. Maybe I've already contaminated it and I am and feeling sick. But it says to people not to go out. If you're feeling sick, stay home. this is pretty much it. The lockdown is beginning, folks. I'm pretty sure we might see some curfews enforced. It's only a matter of time before we see a curfew somewhere. In a little bit, again, during the California power outage, was this a little bit of dummy runs controlling cities and stuff without power and with the grid down? I don't know. There's been a lot of stuff going. The horrible virus, he said, the virus over and again. The risk is low, but I'm taking unprecedented measure, but the risk is low. It's spreading in the legal pot. That's why it's legal now. Joke. Yeah. They've legalized it, so we've seen some pretty I'm glad, yeah, we did all kind of get to watch that together at the moment. It's one of those kind of, I don't know if like the world just fucking stood still and watched that together a little bit, kind of like 9/11. Keep bringing that as a reference point, but everybody kind of witnessed and experienced that together, and we just kind of all witnessed and experienced that together. Yeah, group hug, guys. Let's all hold hands. We are in it together, so to speak. It does make me a little bit saddened that we are also very, very far apart around the globe, and that we can't all go and bunker down in quarantine ourselves and sit this out together somewhere. Yo, Trueflix, man, you have missed a lot of stuff this evening. I'm so glad you're here. We just watched Trump together, the emergency, the unprecedented emergency powers, the unprecedented actions that he's taken, the pandemic. Is this what we've all been preparing for, Trueflix? Is this what the predictive program has been leading us up to? Here we are under a global pandemic, facing the same foe. Not just the global elites, but also this. This is, I believe so. Is it false flag, a psychological operation? Drills going live. FEMA have been carrying out some drills over the recent months about. We often say the drills go live. And they do. Is this a case now? Is this all been a big staged event? Has this been a giant manipulation? California Ninja adventurer. The outage was a test leading up to this and beyond. We are screwed. Will soon be completely controlled. This is what we've been chatting around a little bit this evening, Trueflix, because now we are in a pandemic period of time. We've already seen panic buying. Is this going to lead to civil unrest, widespread panic, looting, this kind of stuff? I haven't heard. Guys, I'm here with you. I'm not listening to any news right now. I don't know what Justin Trudeau here, probably have something wishy-washy to say in an hour or so once he's got his script from the people. But this is what we are leading at, Trueflix. Is this the end days? This is the end game? Is this going to bring into martial law? Is this the start of the Logan's Run, Brave New World type scenario? See, Soylent Green, all these programs, all the predictive programming. You can't even begin to pick, the needle in that haystack that would pinpoint right to this moment. But many forms of fiction, books, comics, movies, TV shows have had this this particular narrative or this indoctrination or the predictive program that some kind of outbreak. Stephen King, The Stand, End of Days, the movie Outbreak, The Walking Dead, Logan's Run, The Domes, Under the Dome, goes on and on and on and on. And here we are now facing a global pandemic. Operation Zephyr, let us in some more on that, if you don't mind. Double D, Operation Zephyr, 5G, all this kind of stuff, Space Force. Is this all connected? It was all leading up the whole, transgender agenda, the vegan agenda. All this seems to be kind of connected one way or another to lead us towards that totalitarian one world government where we are totally reliant on our masters. Yeah, it wasn't a bad series. I did kind of get into it a little bit, but then lost interest out of it. Operation Zephyrs. I don't think I've heard of that. Trueflix. I wish I could say I did. Unless, of course, I do. Just know. Two strains: L strain, S strain. Training in military shows. This is engineered. How to trap a pig. Thank you. Yeah, it does seem a little bit like they are ensnaring us somehow, one way. Well, I do live just a stone's throw away from Lake Ontario. Yes, and we know the agenda or most of it. All the reason TSP already mentioned is exactly what I was saying. And hey, remember the drill that we were going on even long ago? So goodness, it is. It's kind of I mean, it's not like that kind of tragic 9/11 type feel, but all of a sudden, like, dang, do you know what I'm saying? It kind of gives me a little bit of goosebumps, a little bit. Jesus, behold a pale horse. And I've been saying, is this all engineered? We started the year 2020, time to prep. CDC was hiring people all the way back for this moment. Walmart FEMA camps is beginning to kind of start to make an awful lot of sense. Good grief, people. I don't know. I've kind of just been a little bit shocked. Just, I kind of heard it on the news and we kind of addressed it a little bit here, but kind of seeing that from Trump is kind of just hit home that we are actually in some kind of global, we're about to get fucked one way or another. We have a stream in front yard. Glad to see that, William. Where did you say you were at, William? If you did or not remember the FEMA, the FEMA coffins. The fact that Walmart also a couple of years back. I don't know if you were aware of this. I think I have mentioned at one point. Walmart, again, of course, you can kind of rearrange the letters of Walmart to make Mart Law. And what was his name? Sam Walden was CIA military before he was a wholesaler, grocery store type person. But he oversaw the internment camps for the Japanese during World War II. But a couple of years ago, Walmart laid off a whole bunch of employees. Hundreds, if not hundreds of thousands of people were laid off by Walmart. And then they did a deal with the government to get some tax breaks or subsidies for hiring former veterans. And then they did hire something like 350,000 former veterans to come and work at Walmart, essentially their own privatized army, 350 employees that have former military service. And let's not forget, Walmarts in many states around the America will sell ammunition and firearms. They can arm their own military. The United Nations, again, 2030, 2031, things we've mentioned very many times before. Did we lose True Fix? Moving water can generate electricity. As I said, William is our regular, our resident green fingers and gardener. I've actually got a few. Aztec also. The UN have been hiring quarantine officers for every major city. It says the job opening dates were in December. Interesting stuff. Yeah, the United Nations, I'm sure, are going to be and this is what I'm saying, because it is a global epidemic, then no one national government can take jurisdiction of the globe. So we need a global agency. And would that be the United Nations? I'm pretty sure it is going to be the United Nations. Watch this space. They're about to start deploying people. I'm pretty sure, as you say, Alias, around every single major city in the world. We've seen trains carrying military grade vehicles and weaponry on the backs of them. Videos of this going around. I have people asking me if I should If I should worry, Ike is telling, don't worry, get some beans and ramen. Yeah, maybe that's all we need. We're good. We've been prepping. We don't got to worry. We ain't got to go out to the supermarket and start panicking for this quarantine. But something that is of interest that we should take from Donald Trump in terms of light of the tunnel, is it something to take a little bit of solace from the doom and gloom that the government are going to be offering financial aid and loans and so forth. So they're not going to be loaning out shit that they're not going to be receiving. You know, there's a loan risk assessment that when the bank loans money, are we going to see our money again? So I'm pretty sure they're not going to be loaning out money if they're going to suddenly be fucking killing us in the millions, because obviously that money is going to go to waste in the profits of the interest on those loans will be something that they really, really don't want to be missing out on. And as I said, this is an entrapment to put us further into enslavement and to give up even more of our civil liberties. As I've mentioned many, many times, I feel that the next false flag would be something that would, I mean, I did say it would come from space, but it would be something that would threaten the globe unanimously as opposed to one nation or one city. And it didn't, unless of course COVID origin, you know, maybe aliens have been interacting with us and they brought COVID from outer space. Yeah, well, sporting events have been cancelled for a little while in Italy. The soccer season is going to be suspended there, they think, and there's a lot of speculation if or not the European Soccer Championships will go on of us. No, we don't really live close to each other, Alias, sadly. We do got the few crew in the Texas. They could set up their own little TSP community. I think CT is in Ontario, but he's way up north. We do got some fellow Canadians, but Etienne, he's in Quebec. Danielle and Wolf, they're out on the BC, as also is Laurie. But as I said, it would be very nice if we all had somewhere we could all go together, bring our combined supplies and knowledge, and kind of build a little community together to sit this out. But sadly, that ain't gonna happen. I'm glad you're still here. So this is kind of a little bit of a historic night in some respects, and we have kind of shared it together. So I don't really know what I was hoping to. I mean, I kind of did have a little bit of an idea what we are going to talk about tonight when we were going live, but as I said, sort of seeing the leader of the free world, so to speak, talk about the emergency and how they're going to make amendments and stuff. And again, when there are emergency powers granted, then you can kind of tinker with all sorts of constitutional amendments if you need to. Maybe we'll get together like in a stand, if not on mandatory quarantine. I can't remember the stand. That is nice. And again, you know, Dark Fate Terminator was out a little bit before Christmas, and in one of the scenes in that they were all sat around drinking Corona beer. Believe me, I'll have a community that will survive. Yeah, at some point, you know, goodness, I might go out and steal a van, load up the micro pantry, and head west. We have been having military helicopters fly over my area. Not common for this small town, but I guess they must scope out where the homes up here are in the mountains. Interesting stuff from CNP, or CNA as he's now known. I'm not really mechanically capable either, to be honest, Alias. I mean, some things I can make and put together, but I was never very good with tools and building things. Wasn't really something I was a gift. So we got Made in Montana here. Good God, guys, don't really know what else we can say at the minute. We just got to take a little bit of a time, I guess, to get our wits together and see what tomorrow will bring. We've been going on for 2.5 hours now, folks. I did joke at the beginning of the evening, would this be another one of the 5-hour extravaganzas like we had a little while ago? I'm not sure if we will be going that far or that long tonight. Me too. I was just hearing it's an all go toward guff. I'm not sure what that's all about. Same here in BC. It snowed yesterday, crazy melted, but still, like Tesla, you can put a stick in the ground and get power. It's all in coils, motors, alternators to speed, to send electrons. Goodness gracious, guys. Wait, there was something. Sorry, a second. Sorry, that was a message from JBG. She's not feeling too good, so I hope she's feeling better. So anyway, guys, as I said, I'm really not sure what else we can say or do at the moment. Should we try and find some more news outlets? Let me know if there's anybody that is talking about this a little bit. We can hear what possibly the mainstream is saying. I could do with a little bit of a smoke, to be honest with you, folks. Oh, you mean you've heard jets fly over your house lately a lot? So we've got 18 folks are watching now and 18 thumbs up. Actually, we just lost one. Almost immediately when we announced we got 18 people, somebody disappears. Don't know if that's YouTube pissing around again. But we do know they do piss around. I struggle to put together my kids' toys, but I do get it done, I guess. You go, girl. As I said, should we keep going on? Do we need to stick together tonight? Should we end this show and kind of go back to a little bit of normality while we can? I don't know, guys. Let me know. That count down to 16 now. So anytime we mention we're getting more viewers, we just a little bit like subscribers. You live about 30 miles from the Gulf of Mexico. Okie dokie. Yes, keep going, TSP. I hope you do. Alrighty, well, as I said, it sort of just feels a little bit weird now. You know, we're kind of chatting a little bit before we heard what Mr. Trump had to say about the matters, and all of a sudden it does seem a little bit bang, slap in the face, the realism and the hit home moment. Get the fuck out. Well, not everybody can just up and leave their surroundings, sadly, Wolfish. I wish we kind of could, and as I said, right now I'm kind of almost that's probably what I'm thinking. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Danielle. It makes it all too real. That's kind of why I'm almost like wanting to find another news agency that we could kind of put on in the background and hear what they're saying on this. But at the same time, well, CNA, we just had a little look. I went through my pantry. It's what Trump didn't talk about. It's always what they don't talk about in situations like that, certainly with PSYOPs and false flag events. It's what they ain't saying that you need to be paying more attention to. But California Ninja Adventurer, this is what I've been doing since I started this channel. This channel was kind of a little bit of a chronicle of me putting together a micro pantry and sharing that information with others that might be able to who maybe have unable to have built or started prepping on their own courses because they're in small accommodation or on low income. And that's what I've been doing. We just had a look at all the things that I do have in my pantry a little while ago. I have been showing that a lot in my recent videos to kind of show this is a real channel. I do really prep. I'm not just here pretending that I'm a prepper. I do have my concerns. I do have a lot of knowledge and information on the New World Order and the elites. I've been following this shit for decades. And kind of a little bit why I think, you know, maybe the end days are coming, and all of a sudden it does really feel like maybe this could be that turning point, the threat to the globe that we all have to kind of abide by. You know, we can't avoid. We need somebody to save us from this. Maybe that is going to be the savior, is going to be the one world government. They banned gatherings of 250 people. I mean, saying you had like one gathering on this side of the street that had 126 people, and a gathering this side of the street that was 127 people, when the person in the middle was addressing each different. Would that, you know what I'm saying? That if you just spread out a little bit, how much distance between one gathering and another gathering do you need to have in order for it to be two separate gatherings? You feel me? But the financial aid and stuff that was available for people that can't go to work because of COVID, as I said, there's probably going to be some requirements and mandatory regulations that you have to abide to in order to do that. I can't think you can just phone up, hey, I've got COVID, and then get money. But they are making preparations, it would seem, for people to be out of work or employment for a little while, and how they're going to try and compensate and help small businesses. And again, maybe these small business might not be able to make their loan repayments, and those small businesses will be picked up pennies on the dollar by a foreclosure type thing on that business, and maybe a larger company will pick that up and monopolize it, you feel me? So maybe the low income and the small business owners and possibly the elderly are being targeted here as the victims of this, what can only be considered as some kind of cash grab, maybe. As you said, the profits for people who own the companies that sell us all our daily needs are certainly on the rise. I'm pretty sure stocks and shares is up. This is Washington State. Yeah, we sometimes still struggle with little Nancy, our favorite Cajun, Canadian, Cajun, a crazy Cajun, rich versus poor, quite possibly, societal, God, if you can remember, wasn't The Walking Dead, it was a George A. Romero. He brought out Land of the Dead, and it was the fourth movie in the saga. But they had a gated off city. They managed to reclaim a big chunk of city space, and they fenced it off, and within that city life went on as normal if you had enough money to pay yourself in there. But there was like slums and ghettos around this where the didn't haves existed. So maybe yep, the rich versus the poor. Spring break, nice timing. Look, so maybe everybody is gonna be, oh, okay, let's plan it during spring break when people already have booked holidays and stuff. They said employment available who have to quarantine, and it's still backlogged 9 weeks for approval for unemployment though. So it is going to be a little bit of there's going to be a lot of paperwork. He did more, he mentioned about like removing red tape, but there is going to be a lot of red tape and bureaucracy, I'm sure, involved in all of this goings on. I need to take another piss. I might put the kettle on for a cup of tea and roll a spliff. 6,000 top secret patents they won't release. I did have a little look a while ago, and did I think in one live show or one video showed that there was four patents for coronavirus, and there was one outstanding for a vaccine. But yeah, patents is usually a very if you need to find if something was pre-planned or not, or part of an agenda, then check if it has a patent. If it has a patent, then yeah, it's by design. So sorry, I'm going to take a piss. Okay, sorry about that, folks. Holy crap, I just got a text from one of my best friends saying that they are going to put the rest of the semester college online at the university in town. Again, seems like all of this was kind of premeditated. But we crazy if we say it's man-made. Maybe we are within minutes. Not crazy smart to question everything. Of course it is. I'm pretty much this is man-made and by design. I'm saying it for a little bit of time. But look at this. Emails are starting to bounce out. So were these emails ready and waiting to go into circulation when this was announced? You know, it was only what 30 or so minutes ago that our boy Donald Trump was making the thing. William Mason, not just bio patents, but technological patents. 6,000 because they're threat of releasing what threatened their money machine. Exactly. Smart man, William Mason. Smart man. They riot last night and got shot with pepper. So this is what I'm waiting for. The first starts of rioting and looting, quarantines to be enforced. I'm pretty sure some of this is going to be following in the coming days. Agree with me, or let me know if you agree with me is what I'm trying to say. As I mentioned, I'm going to roll the spliff and go and take a little smoke break. We'll come back afterwards. Maybe I should try and find something. This Rona. What should I look? Sky News. Let's go to Sky News again. Or we should have maybe gone to Global News. Alright, I'm trying to get this back up on the screen.
We're getting very old. I've got a chance to 20 years younger than us.
Yeah, but it is, you know, as it was said, read out Dominic Cummings' speech very well. You see through his handwriting. But that Times front page, though, point out that economic growth was going to fall without coronavirus. He used it
economic growth
cover in the budget. It's almost an excuse to hide other failings. And certainly Brexit, which we saw, the cost has been 40 billion so far, and another 40 billion in terms of investment. But the Times front page also points out this Parliament, assuming it goes to 2025,
nothing live on coronavirus.
The government will borrow £300 billion. Now, if that was Labour, the Times and the Mail and the Sun, the Express, the Telegraph would all be slagging off Labour for doing this. Now, you can see that the problem for Jeremy Corbyn, and watching it down, I thought he.
Or ABC, I found ABC News live. They're talking about Brexit and shit. ABC, we need an American.
When they treat infected patients, but they tell us that they are now working with a number of sources and companies to try to boost the supply. Lindsay?
Whit Johnson, our thanks to you. And during this outbreak, there are still a lot of unanswered questions about access to testing. President Trump has repeatedly said that everyone who wants to be tested can be tested, but there are still plenty of reports from doctors who say that people are still struggling to get tests when they try. ABC's Steve Osunsami is at CDC headquarters in Atlanta with the latest.
This is how they're handling the need for coronavirus tests in Colorado, setting up drive-thrus to get people tested. But they still don't have enough for everyone, and you need a doctor's note to get one. All across the country, state health authorities say they don't have enough tests. The White House is saying that there's plenty.
When people need a test, they can get a test. When the professionals need a test, when they need tests for people, they can get the test.
Over 1 million tests are out, thanks to the diligent work.
No, you're very right.
4 million will go out this week.
In Massachusetts,
California Ninja Adventurer. The Walmart are all part of the PSYOP, I'm sure, and part of the elites. And they are the product placement. It was all Walmart in Costco we saw last week being circulated on social media. That was
China, the WHO says the government there has given out at least 300,000 tests at the epicenter of the outbreak. In South Korea, the government.
Did you notice that T-shirt? Offender After Darkness.
But here in America, roughly 9,000 tests have been administered since the coronavirus first appeared stateside.
New York State is going to take matters into its own hands. We can't just wait anymore. It's compounding the problem.
Can you hear it okay, guys?
Is now live in Atlanta. Steve, can you explain the disconnect between what the administration is saying and what medical professionals are saying?
Well, the administration is saying that there's a test for whoever needs one, that there are millions of tests that are headed out to the states, but state health authorities tell us that there is a run on tests, that they don't have enough tests, that is absolutely not true. It's an entirely different story that we're hearing from state health officials, and they're having to come up ways of getting tests on their own. New York State, for example, has decided that they're going to turn to private labs to produce and process their tests. They're not waiting for the administration or for authorities here at the CDC to meet their needs. One thing that we're hearing from state health authorities is that there is this additional problem, and that is the processing of the tests, not just getting them, but actually processing them.
So they seem to be functioning a lot on the test right now. Sorry guys, this is what you're going to be listening to for a little while.
That they're expecting to come in.
All these additional complications. Steve Osinsani for us. We appreciate that. And while we deal with the growing emergency here at home, for many, the crisis is already in full swing. The most active hotspot right now is Italy. Nearly 200 people there have died in just the last 24 hours. Airports have been empty for several days.
200 died in 24 hours.
Pharmacies and food markets will be closed. Take a look at St. Peter's Square at the Vatican, empty as the country with the highest death rate grapples with getting the spread under control. All this as a doctor on the front lines is issuing an alarming warning for his counterparts in America. ABC's Maggie Rulli is tracking the latest from London, where a health official there has announced they have COVID-19.
Life in Italy has officially crawled to a halt. People are finally taking the country's lockdown seriously. It took a televised plea from Prime Minister Conte to protect Italy's older population.
Un'Italia zona protetta.
The country hit with an alarming rate of infection that's been difficult to contain. More than 2,300 new cases of COVID-19 in just the past 24 hours, bringing the number infected to more than 12,000 and claiming the lives of 827.
Interesting CNP about the trucks. FEMA and Walmart. Do you remember Walmart was like they have some kind of government contract that in emergencies they will come a center point.
Italy's government's heeding the calls. Everything but food markets and pharmacies are shutting down. Signs of a strained economy are palatable. ABC's Megan Williams is
maybe economic collapses by the design of this.
We're just standing at my local pizzeria. Sandro, who's the pizzaiolo, the guy who makes the pizza, says that he has one more day probably to go like this. He's only had one client, and then he's going to close. That it's just not sustainable to keep his business.
Sustainable, interesting word. Sustainable. United Nations Agenda 2030 for a sustainable future. Sustainable development. Use the language sustainable. Space Force.
But fear is almost as contagious as the virus itself. The World Health Organization
is the Space Forest going to get in on this too? Lol, maybe.
It will be eating all the country unless you take immediate action. Otherwise, it will be too little and too late.
Nations with infections scrambling to test, treat, quarantine. In the UK, store shelves left empty.
Here was what we're talking about.
Shoppers race for the last
panic prepping.
And pasta. Nearly everyone we've met coming in and out of the supermarket says they are here to stock up on supplies. One woman says 48 hours ago she didn't really think about it. Now,
this is what I've been telling you folks. The panic prepping.
She's worried. She has 4 little kids she's worried about. Another man says he has a 3-year-old.
Tesco's, that's who I mentioned earlier.
He's been to 4 other
like Walmart.
0 toilet paper. And even though Europe's open borders are tightening, it may be too late to keep the rate of infection low everywhere else.
The open borders of Europe.
She too was infected with the virus, tweeting, "More worried about my 84-year-old mom who was staying with me and began with the cough today. She's being tested tomorrow." China's lockdown measures seem to have worked. Infections there are dropping, but only after a month of keeping millions under strict quarantine. But Italy and other countries don't have the luxury of time to save their aging population.
The aging population, guys, this is what we're talking about. Logan's fucking run people. They kill the old people off and the aging population. Is this designed to kill the elderly and the sick? Oh my God, folks. Jesus. Sorry, I'm still rolling my spliff and listening to you as much as you can. Can you still hear it okay, guys? Let me know. Old lady. An old fucking lady. Let's look at what they're not telling us. Let's see what we can see. This is mainstream, right? This is the fucking propaganda machine right here at its best. Look at this, the triage situation. These photographs are all set up. They've all practiced this. This is the fucking drills. This was what FEMA were getting people together to make these fucking pictures. I shit you not. Who gets ventilators? Age limit. They're talking about it. 60.
People's parents, people's grandparents. I mean, these are emotional times, not only for people in Italy, for the doctors and nurses that are on the front line.
Listen to this, folks. Get your mum to where you live, maiden. Look after yourself, darling.
Maggie, we've heard from that doctor. You've also traveled to some of those hot zones in Asia yourself. Should Italy be a warning to the U.S.? Lindsay, this is really the big takeaway right now. Many infectious disease experts are saying that places like the UK, like the US, they're just
Where are you gone, Nancy? Oh, yeah, spliff's ready. I'm going to leave you with this, guys, while I go smoke. Is that cool with you? Okay, you can still hear it.
It's unbelievable. There's no other word to describe it. People kept saying, how could it happen here in Europe?
I need to piss again.
Fueling this fear here throughout the country. Which country is going to be next?
Fueling us with fear. You're listening to this narrative, folks.
In Asia. And when I was in Japan, what I noticed was that so many people were taking this incredibly seriously, already practicing things like social distancing and self-isolation, as well as, sort of a very proper self-hygiene as well. And we've seen some of the cases in places in Asia plateau or even start to decline. Many experts are crediting these services that people are doing. So if there's any major takeaway that we can learn from these other countries, it's now is the time to act. Now is the time to take it seriously before it gets as bad as places like Italy. Right. Okay. Our Maggie really reporting from London for us tonight. Maggie, thanks so much. And switching gears now, disgraced Hollywood mogul Harvey Weinstein was sentenced today to 23 years in prison for criminal sex assault and third-degree rape. Weinstein did not take the stand during his landmark 7-week trial, but today he finally broke his silence. He told the court that his case started the Me Too movement and that he and other men are, quote,
I'm gone home to you now, TSP. Okay, don't know what that means.
His 6 accusers sat
My
in
sister works in the San Francisco area, COVID patients out there, but this is work with them just yet.
He faces separate criminal charges in Los Angeles. But tonight, let's hear from some of his accusers. Our colleagues at Nightline give us a sneak peek at their upcoming documentary.
Okay, guys, they're talking about Weinstein. You good with this?
My name is Caitlin Delaney. My name is Tara Wolf. My name is Catherine Kendall. My name is Marisa Gomes. My name is Ambra Batilana Gutierrez. And back in 2015, I was sexually assaulted by Harvey Weinstein.
When he was finally arrested in mid-May.
This is the distraction, folk.
For all of his victims.
When I saw handcuffs on him, I completely broke down in tears. And I thought, this is actually getting very real, and he is going to have consequences.
There were 5 charges against Harvey Weinstein. There was a criminal sexual assault charge. There were 2 rape counts, 1 first degree, 1 third degree. And most serious were 2 counts of predatory sexual assault.
Charges weren't tied to my assault, but I did know what I was there for. And that's exactly why I got involved in the first place, was to help all women. The morning of my testimony, unfortunately, I couldn't get out of work that morning, which was a little hectic. When the court officer brought me to the courtroom door through a hallway, I remember telling him, hold on a second. And I just had to I actually stopped him and had to take a breath. And he opened the door, and on the other side, it's such a large room with all, I guess, reporters on one side. And I just walked down the aisle with the defense and Harvey sitting here, and I just didn't want to make eye contact because I didn't know how I was going to react with eye-to-eye contact. And I went up to the witness stand and I took my oath, and it's all very surreal, even just going over it now. You're just there for one thing, and it's to answer questions, not defend yourself. That's how I prepared myself for that. If you're honest, you have nothing to lose.
The jury was pretty stoic throughout this entire trial. It was very hard to tell what they were thinking.
The jury had a lot to consider. 5 counts, 2 primary accusers, 3 prior bad acts witnesses, and 1 additional witness related to the specific charge of predatory sexual assault.
There was 4 days of deliberation during the week, and all of us were on pins and needles. I mean, we have a phone text thread that we are on nonstop, calling each other, trying to help each other through. I remember just bracing myself for the fact that it would very possibly be a not guilty verdict, and, you know, living with that kind of disappointment already, sort of getting ready for that. If he walked, we were going to have to explain why this Me Too movement was a failure. That was our biggest fear.
When the verdict came out, I was at home. My lawyer texted me the verdict, and when I read it, I just remember just putting the phone down and pushing it away because I don't know that I knew how to react to it.
And all of a sudden, my phone starts ringing and someone says the verdict came in, and I looked down and I just read the words guilty, and I just had a huge permanent grin on my face.
I really was like overtaken with joy and relief, and I feel like it's a time to celebrate. So many people have put so much work into making this movement and shifting things, and to see that it's being recognized by the justice system it's like a breath of fresh air. I felt justified, I felt validated, I felt gratitude for the verdict. But it took all day to understand what I was feeling.
Wow, this is so crazy. Like, really crazy.
Harvey Weinstein is now a convicted rapist. And it feels like this is better than any movie ending could ever be. If I could let certain people know how much I thought of them and how much they inspired me to stay on the path.
I'm back. Hold on. Let's get this fucking Weinstein stuff off. We don't care.
Silence breakers, the women that came forward.
All right. Let me get you back up on the screen. Got to take my coat off. That's what you've all been saying while I've been gone. Sorry about that. I did need a little THC break and some tea. Yes, TA's page is about old folks, culling the old folks. I was just saying what I thought if the old people were to be culled. Okay. But I won't lie, this is pretty surreal. Indeed, it is surreal. That's a very good word for it. It's kind of, you know, we've talked many times about stuff like this possibly happening, and now it is happening. What's going on? Sorry, Alias, Danielle, I just stepped out for smoke, so I left you with the news feed. Indeed, the old people can tell us the real history. But Logan's Run, folks, they culled the old people. They didn't live to the age of beyond 30. Sorry, look at that. That's not the you're normally accustomed to. So I'm feeling a bit hungry, guys. How long have we been going on for? Nearly 3 hours. Sorry. No, you're communicating very well, Alias. Don't you think that for 1 minute. My headphones died. It took me forever to figure it out. What can I say, folks? We are in some elite's agenda. We are in a pandemic, and it's all very, very real. This is not imaginary. It's almost iconic, or ironic rather. That little news feed that we saw just before the Weinstein shit come on, they mentioned all the things I was talking about, like the pasta being out of stock, the toilet paper being out of stock. How, you know, we were talking about Logan's Run before we heard Trump's announcement about how the old people and how the domes and everything were to protect the young from contracting whatever was outside of the dome. And then in that announcement, Italy is trying to protect its elderly. The elderly are at effect. No, we haven't seen a recent female male death ratio. This is awesome video. Thank you, Wolf. I'm just bringing like the reality, or certainly I don't even know what I'm trying to say. As I said, I'm a little bit in a sense of surrealment, but 2-to-1 21 agenda 21. As I said, it is Made in Montana mentioned. This is all very surreal, and it kind of is a little bit. I'm trying to sort of gather my wits a little bit, and don't want to be the hey, I told you so, but you know, we've been talking about stuff like this for a long time on this channel. I did note something there from our boy, our new friend William, and where was it? He said about being together with like-minded people. William Mason, yes, like-minded people. I love it, and we love that you're here with us. We do try to get as many, or attract and reach out to as many like-minded people as we can. And that was a little bit of my plans and intentions with this channel, is not necessarily to attract viewers, but to attract the right viewers. And I think we have attracted the like-minded and like-minded folks to a degree. So it is, I kind of don't really know what to do right now. As I said, kind of everything we were talking about suddenly become part of a news stream that we just watched. And again, that's almost a little bit fucking dang, slap in the face, surreal. The CDC recommends people 60 stay home, and they actually said people should call their doctor and get 3 months of med. So 3 months, and remember the Homeland Security said that we need 6 months worth of supplies for whatever eventuality. In less than a year after that announcement, we are possibly on the dawn or the verge of that eventuality, and the reason why we need our 6 months. Reality check, says Danielle. I agree. This is all of a sudden, you know, bang, back to life, back to reality sort of thing. Good God, folks, sorry. As I said, I am a little bit maybe I'm not shell-shocked. We've seen it coming. We've kind of been talking about it, and as you said, the reality check, the surreality of the reality check is sinking in a little bit now. Ribbit, when did you sneak in? You haven't been here that long, have you? And William has an Asian wife. I had an Asian estranged fiance once. Never mind, not going to go into that. You wandered in. Becky P is back for a bit. But more male smoke. Population thing. And it was very, very... God, as I said, guys, I've kind of just been a little bit shell-shocked and hit for 6 since seeing it. And as you said, it's just become so very, very, very real at the moment. Goodness gracious. There's this part of me that wants to find more and more news and see if anyone else is saying anything about this. But my God, it said we got, oh no, 20 thumbs up, 14 watching. Hold on, folks. Let me see if I can find some more news or something that might be of interest. See if we've got anything uploaded in the last hour. Global news, who declares a pandemic? No, not finding. I'm looking for live stuff. OGN, live chimer determined to witness. That's the only thing that I'm coming up with. And it's in Chinese, so that's not going to help us at all. Well, hello, Almel. All deaths in Washington just up I-5 for me have been 70s and 80s. One death I'm in Cali was a lady in the 60s, right? Any younger deaths, so it does seem to be targeting the yeah, it's been a bit of a show, Almel, tonight. Hi, I love Mel. Yeah, we all love Almel. We love everyone in the fam. But yeah, it's been one of those shows. It's been I don't really know what to explain. Almel, we kind of were talking a little bit about the pandemic announcement and some of the predictive programming and common popular TV shows and in common knowledge stuff. And now all of a sudden it just seems so very, very real. We saw President Trump, and you know, many of us are kind of thinking that this is a false flag psychological operation. Smart girl, Almel. There was a little part of me that wanted to go out today and go and grab some more things. Divide, distract, and deceive. Indeed, I'm a smoker. Yeah, well, you just see me have a little spliff. But yeah, I was kind of when I heard that it was a pandemic, I'm like, you know what? Should I just go and spend what little money I have available to me? Interesting. Tom Hanks. Well, of course, the elites, their eye candy, their pawns are the Hollywood actors and the music industry types. And Tom Hanks, interesting. I got a lot of. I bet you got a lot of meat, Almel. You love a bit of meat. Sorry about that. But yeah, we had a little look in my pantry as we tend to do most weeks. Oh yeah, of course, we need to get somebody. This is the thing. We need to get somebody that we can all relate to that contracts it. So far, it's all been about strangers and people in different states and different countries. But everybody knows Tom Hanks, and all of a sudden, oh my God, no! Now Tom Hanks has it. Dear God, if Forrest Gump gets it, we can all get it. You feel what I'm saying? That's what they're saying, Almel. They have to make it look super real. It has been a very, very, goodness gracious, I don't know if it's kind of, you know, every now and then there's like that, you know, soccer players, for instance, they have that one game that turns their career around on its head. This is kind of a little bit like that video. In that sense, in this video that we've kind of been here together, we witnessed a little piece of historic news happen live together. Prior to that, we were talking about multiple things. A vaccine or a chip and pin or something definitely is going to be involved in this, William. I'm pretty sure in a couple of weeks' time that we were going to hear that the CDC have had a breakthrough on a vaccine lineup now to prevent it, and they will possibly start with the elderly first and down the process. Is this a culling? Depopulation is something I've talked about multiple times on this channel. It is part of the agenda to of Sustainable Development in the UN. It is hidden within conservation to depopulate us, and now here we are seeing this this kind of pandemic unfold before our eyes. Indeed, Elmo, that would be they'd have to round us up, dragging, kicking, and screaming before we volunteer for that. Yeah, they are wagging the dog, and this is problem, reaction, solution. They created the problem, the COVID. The reaction is, oh my God, someone better have a toilet paper, a vaccine in pasta. And all of a sudden, hey, here we are, government. We've got food parcels and toilet paper and vaccines for everyone. Just kind of line up at your local Walmart and we'll take care of you. Alrighty. They are wagging the dog. And quite rightly, it probably will do. And Laurie's joking, yeah, and hand sanitizer. So they're making it to that we're gonna really, you know, if they do enforce quarantine and stuff like they do with China, then maybe that is when the government and government agencies like FEMA will start appearing on the streets. Certainly, I'm guessing in the bigger major cities, it will be a matter of time. Yeah, will it? Well, maybe maybe we can use it to our advantage. Maybe those that do go and line up for the vax aren't really going to be the sort of mindset that we need for a fight against the elites, if you feel me. And this is why they're breeding non-binary vegans, because they're going to be weak as shit, non-confrontational, non-aggressive, less erased toxic masculinity, because that might, you know, get a little bit of adrenaline and testosterone going. They might fight back, but non-binary vegans ain't going to have the strength or the will to fight back. You understand, people? This is how they are all manipulating and controlling and programming us. And the fact that Trump mentioned emergency, you know, I talked about the beta males, and this is what their purpose in society is to create a society of beta males as the highest level. You know, they don't want alphas, they don't want sigmas, they want betas, they want subservient slaves and people that aren't going to be willing to fight back or rebel. This is why they're there, because they're not going to resist. Resistance is futile. Let's just accept the government handouts. Well, yeah, like I said, I'm not sure how much vegetables I can grow. Maybe enough to make a couple of salads, perhaps. Beyond that, I'm not sure if it would sustain me for a very long. I'm in the anti-vax circles. There's tons that won't get it. Maybe they don't want us all getting together in one place. Maybe the anti-vaxxers and the vaxxers, this will be the spark of civil unrest. William just mentioned divide, distract. What was the other one? Deceive? I can't remember. But anyway, the vaxxers, anti-vaxxers, maybe this will start some kind of civil unrest, some gatherings rather than 250 that will warrant military intervention or martial law. Fuck, people. It really has kind of like hit home and sunk in. 3 hours 11 minutes we've been rolled in here. No, we're referencing these kind of types that come to my restaurant. Is it possible to get a bacon cheeseburger, but instead of a bun, could I get it on lettuce? And then could I get a Caesar salad, but I don't want any croutons? And can I get extra dressing and no bacon? Beta. Yeah, sorry, my English is not so good. But anyway. Salad, yeah, don't start me off on my salad rants. I'm gonna greenhouse this year and set up basement smart. Yeah, quite possibly. This is where it goes. No, you're welcome, mate. And I don't really know what compelled me to do this. I just heard the news, chatted to a couple of the mods this afternoon. Said I'm thinking about doing an epidemic live show. Didn't really plan much into it. Just talked about stuff that is kind of prepared us for this, or has been predicted to us. Predicted this in forms of fiction. Medical martial law, show you your proof you had the vax. Yeah, we got 21 likes. We got more likes than people. Sam, my goodness, Elmal, you are late to the proceedings. I was talking about that just before you showed up, that he was a CIA or FBI agent. He overseen the intern camps before he was a Walmart owner. It wasn't the death camps, it was the internment camps in the United States. This is where they rounded up all the Japanese citizens. Yeah, no, I've actually did a little talk about this before in the Walmart martial law and FEMA attachments. And you remember part of the Patriot Act was that Walmart, somewhere if you see something, say something, and Walmart was kind of a place that you could go. So yeah, he was military. He was in the military. He was with a secret government agents. This is it, get the vax or get the cards, identification stuff. It has been planned. We've talked about it many times on this channel that this is possibly the end game. Agenda 2030. Is only 10 years away till we reach 2030, and this is something that is very, very real, folks. Agenda 2030, the agenda to depopulate the globe. It's no coincidence that all of this is taking place and happening right now. I'll be skitterbugging all the fuck over the place. I got the homeless here. Well, you're taking homeless in, Nancy? I don't know what's come over me, but I need to fucking piss again. Aztec left a comment 1 minute ago, and this comment is no longer available. And guess what? I've lost another 2 subscribers. The sub count keeps going down and down and down. Yesterday we lost, let me just show you a little something of the pattern. So let's look. This was yesterday, Tuesday, March the 10th. We lost 3 subscribers. Let's go a week further. Look at that. Tuesday, March 3rd, 3 subscribers. I think that was a Tuesday. -4. That was originally 7 at one point, but they brought that back. Thursday, Sunday, Tuesday, -1. If we go to the 90 days, we can also see that on Tuesdays, Tuesday -4, we seem to get a lot of 3s. Wednesday, Tuesdays is a day for unsubscribing. But anyway, we lost another 3 yesterday, another 3 the day before. I was going to tell Aztec that we were live. Maybe he's found us by now. They will just approve a bunch of money here to house the homeless. If they want government handouts, they will comply. That's such BS number rigging. Yeah, I agree. This is something I called the passive censorship, and if I spent a lot more time, I could show you the similarities in the unsubscribing. In the event 201, they did a coronavirus drill and they shut down the internet to stop the spread of disinformation. So yeah, that might be something that we see. I'm not even sure what TSP. I've got you playing on the TV now. Hubby is cleaning defense preps. Smarts. Hi Ryan. Go smoke a spliff. Ryan, go and smoke a spliff. Skin up, my son. Roll yourself a little something, and go and have a smoke. Good job cleaning your defense preps. I know what you're saying there. So I'm on Laura's TV now, and this has been quite. I'm not sure what to make of this tonight, but Aztec is around somewhere. He just doesn't know that we're live. He just commented 1 minute ago on the video that I uploaded. Yeah, it was me, but I'm back. See, there he is. But that comment's not available anymore. Okie dokie. I am on TV. But no, it just I kind of like, you know, I sometimes do cast this to my TV. And I don't kind of consider myself as being on TV. I kind of think of you watching me on your phones or computers for some reason. But that is nice. Yeah, it would be a very different show if I could, Nancy. Trust me, it'd be kind of one of those old style 50s or 60s news broadcasts where the anchor would sit there in a cloud of smoke, chain smoking. I do need to piss again. I don't know what's going on with this. All of a sudden, I just can't stop peeing. I do want another spliff as well, and I am getting hungry. 3 hours and 20 minutes we are getting up to. I'm probably going to leave this live show up as well. I did leave yesterday up because some people said some pretty nice things and good stuff about what we were chatting about yesterday and tonight. We are, as I did mention, if you have forgotten, back to a level where completely strike free. We've got nothing against us right now. Ribbit, you don't even want to know. I could tell you some Gatorade stories myself. Wolf's gonna go and eat Chinese. Good for you. I could do with some Chinese. I've actually got my dollar store chili mac upstairs. I'm gonna go and throw it in. I'm gonna pee and then throw it in the microwave. All right, that's done. What are you saying? I had pizza. Yeah, we have said a few things on this one, psychological operation, false flag, stuff like that. Empty Tide bottles are excellent pee jugs. So Gatorade bottles, just the right size at the top. I'm gonna go heat my chili mac. Okay, so that's in the microwave. But Tide bottles are anti-spill. Oh, I get you. I didn't realize that. Maybe I need a Tide bottle. I'm actually allergic to Tide. A little while ago, I bought some Tide Pods. And I think it was not long after I moved in here, because where I lived before, we didn't have laundry service. I actually used to go to the laundrette, which was a little bit of a walk for me. But anyway, I got here, moved in, and I do have laundry, a washer and a dryer available to me. So I literally washed everything I owned. I put everything I had. I did like 4 or 5 big loads of laundry, and I used Tide Pods, and I put my bedding back on. I could put my the underwear situation was the worst. I had fucking blotches and pussy blobs and all sorts of stuff. And didn't understand why I was itching. Couldn't think of the reason why. For days and days and days, and it was getting worse and worse and worse. So I'd go and take a shower, I'd get out, I'd dry myself with a towel, start itching, put my underwear on, get dressed, start itching, go to bed, start itching. Everything was itching, covered in blobs. And then just one day I decided, let me just think how this could be happening. Is it an allergic reaction? What have I been using? Tide. So I Googled Tide Pod allergy. Boom, lots of pictures come up exactly the same as me. So I had to go out, get new detergent, wash everything all over again, and wait for the blotches and blot. Honestly, looked like I had a fucking STD or something worse, because my underwear was very close and snug, and you know what I'm saying. But yeah, TSP Tide Pods, I'm allergic to them. Wolf, you guys rock. Don't know what that is about. Hey, Martha Noah, didn't get the notification, so you're late. I think a lot of people didn't get the notification, Marty. You've missed quite a show. I'm probably going to leave this up for a little while. Let's test it and see if we get a strike or not. But anyway, I'm going to eat MSG right now, going for Chinese. Congrats, TSP. Thank you, Wolf. I don't know what the congrats are for. My Chili Max just heating up upstairs. I'm going to show you this because I did actually make it out of items that you can get at the dollar store. MSG makes it all taste better. What did Ribbit say that was funny? Almel, crustaceans. Are you talking about my understack? It's been a little bit of a defining show. That was the word I was trying to find. Every now you have a defining moment in maybe your career, be it sports, music, or YouTube. And this is kind of one of those videos. We all watched the Trump announcement live together earlier. But before that, we're pretty much talking about this whole pandemic. Is it a drill? Is it a false flag? Is it a dummy run for something else? Is it a psychological operation? Is it a little bit of all of the above? I think so. But we also talked a little bit about all the predictive programming, some points of interest, particularly the End of Days novel, which predicted in 2020 there would be a vast epidemic or pandemic that would see a virus spread, that would then remain dormant for 10 years, and 10 years from now, 2030, folks. But I'm feeling a little bit unsettled. I really don't know what to do, whether we can... I'm glad you got a big case of tea. Yesterday I was going to buy one of the packets just to kind of show, hey, everyone, look, you can still get toilet paper here. I'm not sure that it's going to be the same today. Like 24, everything's kind of changed in 24 hours. I think my, I thought you were talking about how giant this show was. Hold on, let me go. Okay, folks, I'm back. For those of you who like to see me eat, you're going to get to see me eat. Anyway, guys, this, I don't know if you can see it, that is, and Wolf Whiskers out for Chinese. This was originally had a takeout container. It may have had Chinese food in it. It might have been one I brought home from work. We do use these at work. Sometimes I will make myself a meal to bring home in one of them. Anyway, guys, super mega rolls, Charmin 16. Keep them down low so it doesn't try to rob me. Okay, but anyway, can you see inside there? It's it's actually very heavy. That's probably 2 pounds. That weighs about 2 pounds. I'm guessing, and I do have kind of a good feel for weights and measurements. But anyway, I used 2 packs of Dollarama generic mac and cheese, $2, 2 boxes for $1, and 1 can of chili beans from the Dollarama, $1.50, and $2.50, and that made me, this is the second, and the other portion that I had yesterday was exactly the same size, maybe a little bit bigger. Now, you could put that in half and that is a serving. So that for $2.50, it made about 4 servings. I'm going to probably eat all of this, but for $2.50, that is a pretty decent. I mean, it's not the best or healthiest of meals, but it's very filling. But anyway, $2.50, and I would say that gives you 4 servings of a chili mac, or 2 very large ones if you're very hungry. Yeah, we probably could, Almel. I don't usually put the mac and cheese is 2 boxes for $1. It's a good item. I don't buy it because of the pasta, and you have to cook the pasta. But at the minute we've got stove tops and things. So $2.50, and that could make you at least 4 meals, or 4 sides. You know, maybe if you had a pork chop or a couple of sausages or something as your main, this could be a side, or like I'm going to do, this is going to be a huge meal just for me. And something I to this, I was going to make a video, but Roger come home, and I don't really like making videos when he's around. He's a bit erratic at times. But if you remember my ration review, my personal, the shtf2020 24-hour ration pack, it had that little can of fondue cheese. Well, I used that instead of butter. Well, it's not want not. Aztec brother, just talking about you. You just made a comment on my video and then it got retracted. I'm hungry. Chili mac that I made out of my preps yesterday. $2.50. So this portion here cost about $1.25, just to give you an idea. And as I said, this is a pretty, I think it needs another minute or so in the microwave, possibly, but who cares? It's good enough. So now I have to make it, and it's from 27. Oh, from 27. Yeah, do it, Ribbit. But this is what I use the mac and the chili from at the dollar store. Martha, say no more, my darling. Yeah, most of the regular offenders are wenches, because they pretty much are here each and every show. Martha, and we know you've been around for quite a long time. Sorry, I'm eating my chili mac. Now, yesterday I did mention in the live feed, I Lysoled the shit out of my basement. I'm not going to say every corner, nook and cranny, but certainly enough of it to make an impact. Taxi is a pet. Yeah, Taxi is the dog, Almel. You put the water on the stove. You're making it right now? Laurie, please make a video. Start recording the screen. Did your husband go and make a spliff, by the way? But yeah, if you've got all the ingredients, make it. Water's on the stove. Brilliant. Make a video of you making the out-of-date chili mac. You could get at least 13 views. Oh my god, I Lysoled my doorknob. But something to bear in mind, guys. We were a kid. I know you've got one, Martha. I'll just give it to you. Sorry, I'm eating and talking. It's all right. Craft dinner doesn't matter. You haven't got the chili. Never mind. What was I saying? When we were kids, we used to go out. We used to play in the dirt, climb up trees, come home covered, caked in shit and piss and mud. Goodness knows whatever. This is how we built immunities. Hand sanitizer. Remember sunscreen? Oh my god, it saved your life. No, it doesn't. It actually fucking blocks you from getting your vitamin D, something that makes you feel good and healthy. Sunscreen isn't good for you. hand sanitizer. We use it far too much, and we're not getting to strengthen our immune system. And even the flu jab supposedly gives you a very small strain of influenza in order to build up an immunity to it. This is what we're talking about. That's tech. That the shit. Run, Ribbit, run. Thank you. TSP sees all, Almel. You know that the TSP's got eyes to see. You've watched a lot of my truth stuff, and not much gets past my. She looks and smells fine. Brilliant. Good job. Alias, our dermatologist advises against sunscreen. Exactly. And this is what I tell you when I rant about fucking salads. Do you think the government and all these people that are in on it, that are telling you everything that is not good for you? Use sunscreen. It's not good for you. It just makes you worse. Smoke cigarettes. Makes you sick. Gives you cancer. But all of a sudden you think, oh, but actually, they're right about the salads. That is how. No, it's not. We can't fucking digest the nutrients contained within leaves and plants. We're not designed to eat these things. And the more and more things more and more of these things we eat, the sicker and weaker we are going to become, folks. This is why we're breeding a vegan, beta male, non-binary, genderless fucking future society. Listen to me. You cannot digest the nutrients from plants. Fruits, vegetables we can, but not plants. We need good bacteria. Exactly. Build up a fucking immunity. I'm glad you're here tonight, William Mason. Something I do for newcomers. Understand if you don't want, but something I do for the newcomers to the live feed is I send them. Goodness, you fell over. A little prepper baby of their own. It's a little bit of a good luck charm or just something. There's the OG prepper baby with Binocular Boy. But if you would like a little prepper baby of your own, I'll send you a couple if you want. I've got a whole bunch of them. I will send you out to welcome you to the fam. And you can keep it in your pantry or something for good luck. Up to you. My best walks are walks to the liquor store. Yeah, some of my best walks were to see my weed guy. But now they get delivered to me. Well, I've given a lot of babies that watch, a lot of women that watch my channel, babies, William. I've also, quite a few of the ladies in the audience tonight have indeed tasted my nutsacks. And I think even Al Mel is chewed on one of my meat sticks. But anyway, if you would like yourself to a little prepper baby, hit me up and I'll get some out to you. Sorry guys, I am eating my supper in the middle of this broadcast, but this is what you do get: the real raw and unedited content and footage. But we've lived through a little moment of history, folks. A little bit like when they said, where were you when JFK was shot? I mean, I wasn't alive then. Where were you on 9/11? Where were you on 3/6/20 when the pandemic, the virus pandemic was announced? Well, I happened to be watching TSP TV at the time. Yeah, I did give you a big meat stick, Al Mel. If you're wondering what we're talking about, William, as you are new to the channel, I make trail mix from time to time, and I call my trail mix nuts. I put it in my Mylar bags, like I get my weed in, and I put my mashed potato in earlier. But I fill up one of these Mylar bags with the trail mix that I make, and call it nutsacks. And meat sticks is meat jerky, beef jerky. Just to fill you in, you seem to. I don't go around impregnating the women and making them perform oral pleasure on my junk. It's all kind of tongue-in-cheek, out of context humor. No, did you send me the little meat stick, Okay, so William, you can reach me on the Thrift phone. Does anyone know the Thrift? Yo, Nancy, you've got a wench. Fucking do something productive. Put the thrift store number in the chat. William, you can send me a text and I'll get them out for you. Who was it? Was it Hoopty? The beak stick, that crunchy, the sausage. It looked like little mini meat stick here. Oh my goodness! I just noticed something. There's mini meat stick. Look, does that look like a skull to you, or a little baby face? Am I seeing things? But that's mini meat stick. It looks kind of cute up close and in HD. But can you see that? It looks. Hang on. Can you see Prepper Baby's face? It does look like a baby. That's what I'm saying. It's either a skull or a Prepper Baby face. Isn't that amazing? I only just noticed that. And the reason there are turds everywhere, William, is because Baby P, there was a burp for you. That wasn't that, but William, shit video productions. That's why there are turds. Babyface. Oh my god, we had a troll earlier called Babyface something or other. Do you remember? But Danielle sent that sorry fucker to Belize. Breaking Bad reference for you there, guys. Sorry, I'm back to my chili mac. This is actually very good. I mean, it's not the best, but it's actually, it kind of has that, it looks like a dick. Only US tech. 8675309. No, that was that. You know what? I'm just gonna have to do it. We've probably confused poor Nancy already. Okay, I think it's. No, that's not it. There you go. I think I've put that in for you. Or Baby P. Whoever's got the thrift number, put it in the thing if that's wrong. But that's how you can send me a text. And I will send you out your Prepper Babies for you, William. Yeah, these are prizes, shit video productions. That's kind of like my little mascot. If you kind of can see. Here, somebody made this for me. There he is. Look, the little turd is in the eye that sees all. I put the number. Thank you, Aztec. And Nancy did it. Yeah, I did get it right. Good job, fam. So it's the number that Nancy put up. You can text me there, and I will get you your Prepper Babies out to you. You don't use toilet paper for Fifi. You use a towel. The Wheel of Thrift is still around. I know I was going to start playing it soon. I don't got any credit on the Thrift phone right now. Thank you, Aztec. The Wheel of Thrift, I think, is in there, in that container somewhere. But I will get it out. Wasn't Wolf Whiskey going to make us a new one? Because he's all handy and stuff like that. This is very, very filling as well. Very filling. I was going to eat it with some bread. Yeah, I don't know where the blow-up girlfriend went either. Almel, William, in case you're wondering, it's got a little bit weird all of a sudden. Almel sent me a blow-up doll for my shit hitting the, when the shit hits the fan, I'm going to have some company. But I've lost her. I don't know where she's gone. I put her in a box and she disappeared. That's ironic because the leaders of the triangle symbol are shitbrains. Yeah, I've actually flipped it around and it's upside down so that like the bigger parts at the top. Back to my pocket you go. Enjoy. Set us on vibrate, Becky P. Give yourself a little treat while you're there. Or not, because you're working. Do well, we just buffered a little bit so we do try to keep things a little bit humorous as much as we can here, William. Sorry, I'm explaining why it's gone off a little bit wayward at the minute, with talks of meat sticks and nut sacks and such forth, and shit hitting the front, and girlfriends and fifis and stuff. But yeah, this is kind of a little bit of I guess the TSP folklore, or our kind of ways and habits, I guess, that you should come accustomed to over, if you stick around longer than tonight. You'll get used to this kind of behavior, is what I'm trying to say. Exactly. Righty for the weekdays, lefty for a weekend treat. Wolf went to get Chinese Aztec, and I've probably gone with Danielle's at work. Darcy was here, but she's not here now. But her kid's got flu, so that might be what she's up to. And we have been going for nearly 4 hours, guys. Yeah, Aztec is here. He's bringing a little bit of the humor, and probably we did need a little bit of a laugh and a joke, because it has been a little bit of a serious themed show tonight. And as I said, we have witnessed a little bit of history. Yeah, you were late, Al Mel. But that's your thing, Al Mel. Late Mel is what the owl should stand for. Sorry, I'm trying to eat this as fast as I can. It really does know what it's doing, Nancy. But something we do try to do, William, sorry you are the newbie here, is we do try to end the show laughing. We kind of like everybody to go away with a smile on their face and a giggle or two up their sleeve, because there's a lot of doom and gloom, there's a lot of fear pouring out there, and sometimes we do believe here that the best medicine is laughter. Well, he's not so new. He's been around for a couple of hours. Yeah, cheating on the right with the left. Sometimes if you put some lipstick on it as well. Yeah, no, I think we are also Aztec. We're all kind of a little bit stuck in the moment, a little bit surreal, letting all the kind of developments of the last few hours sort of sink in, that we are in an official global pandemic. And we all sort of spent it together and witnessed a little bit of history together. So I don't know, is William run away? Maybe Aztec scared him off. But no, we do have a lot of inappropriate humor here. And Wheel of Thrift is a little bit like Wheel of Fortune, but with thrifty ship prizes from the dollar store that you can win. We used to play it a little while ago, but we haven't had it for a while. I don't think so. Well, I'm guessing you've chased and ran many a man off, Mel Hardy. Maybe it's time for some Southern TSP for you all before we sign out tonight. Thank you all for stopping by the thrift store this evening. And y'all come back now, you hear? But Mel, she was the scariest damn woman you ever did see on a man, and she scared many a folk off from here to the bayou, from Mississippi to Tennessee. Sorry, buddy. Oh my goodness. Laurie, her Best by June 2017 craft dinner is ready and tastes fine. Stored in the original packaging. Brilliant. That definitely would scare William away if we started talking about Mel and her Tijuana donkey shows. They don't actually happen. It was just a joke from a little while ago. But this is how familiar we are at the Thrift Fam, is what we're trying to kind of get at with him. We kind of know each other kind of a little bit intimately and personally, and all kind of happy to have a little bit of a laugh and a joke at each other's expense. And we're kind of those folks that don't really get butthurt. We're not politically correct, and we still piss, shit, and fart and spit. There you go. I just had myself tested and I'm still positive for flu A. Sorry to hear that, Becky P. Nancy loves everybody. Did I get a text from a... I've only got 10% battery remaining, guys. I just noticed So we will be probably wrapping this up shortly, because we don't got much battery left, and it is almost 11 o'clock. We are getting to the 4-hour mark, so we might as well wrap it. I could have probably just waited till we finish the show before I ate my craft dinner, but some of you folks do like me eating, and I did want to show you how much food. That's Nancy. Hello, Nancy. Yeah, I know you text me. You text the first phone quite frequently, but it's no credit. Can't reply. But yeah, drop me a line, William, if you're still watching, or if Mel didn't scare you away like she scares every man away. Well, 4 hours, that's a long time to use a battery. And we have been streaming, and we have been streaming in HD, so that will be a drain on anyone's battery. So I got water. No, I need water. So, guys, let me know. What have you made of, did you get some TSP, ASMR then, Aztec? My original British, I'm from England, Martha, little town called Swindon in Wiltshire. I would love to watch you go to shit. Oh, sorry, I would love to watch got shit to do. Sorry, misread that. Yeah, go get your Chinese wolf whiskey. And ask for an extra side of Coronavid 19. But ask, is it possible if I can get an extra side of COVID-19 with my spare ribs? And I don't want spare ribs. Do you have Beyond Ribs? I don't know. Nancy's question mark A. Take care. So yeah, we're going to wrap it up at 4 hours. We've got about 10 minutes, or are you bouncing already, Aztec? Hello, Martha's son. You got yourself a good mum. You should listen to her. She's a smart lady. Go to school and don't do drugs. We're all got phones that are about to die. But sometimes, Martha, I do like to speak with my southern accent, because some ladies out there, when they get a little tired of the British thing, they get a little titillation from the southern accent and the drawl. Anyway, I'm nearly at the end. Look, that's all I've got. A big portion. I really enjoyed listening tonight, TSP, as your thoughts on the coronavirus makes so much sense, and along the same lines many of us have been thinking. Thank you for that. It's a very nice compliment, Alias, and I'm very glad you've been here tonight, also contributing to some of the smart things that we've been discussing. I think I got another burp. No one gets notifications, it seems, Aztec. It's something I've noticed on a couple of the he is a mechanic. How do you keep going all those hours? That's what she said. I don't know, Nancy, Martha, rather. I just have a knack, I guess. This possibly was my calling I never heard until late in life. But here we are. We run a little channel, humble channel here from Toronto, Ontario. You have become the thrift fam out there, and you know, like I said many times, you kind of guys do help create this as much as I do. Certainly in the live shows. This has gone very cold very quickly, so I'm trying to eat it before it gets so cold. I did, but I came in right after mine was so late. Don't worry. No one has any obligation to be here on time. No one has any obligation to be here at all. Something we do or something I'm aware of, is the decline in subscribers and viewers and such forth. And once upon a time, we used to get like 20 or so people in the live chats. Today, only 14. Thank you, Martha. I'm glad I'm doing one thing right at least, because most of my life I've been made to believe I've done everything wrong. Certainly, if you ask ex-wives, girlfriends, and former employees. Sorry, more burps. And something stuck. Acronym, drugs. It's so hot, his meat stick. And there's our favourite little Cajun, Nancy, with some inappropriate humour of her own. I've only got one mouthful left. It's got a bit of a challenge towards the end, but trust me, people, for $2.50, that's some good eating. TSPTV, the MB has suspended the season. I could get the power bank out or see if I can plug in, and we could go on longer if need be. Laurie, I look forward to Tuesdays, but tonight was a bonus. Well, yeah, we do some little bonus Wednesday night live feeds from time to time. I finished, but yeah, good eating. That was $1.25 that portion, and I am full to the brim. Though I might have a cracker or two just to kind of. I'm not going to eat the bread. I'll say that for later. I had a little pack of crackers from yesterday, and these are the veggie ones I showed you if you watched that video. These are actually really good. Very good crack. So the NBA, should we see if we can find any? Well, we don't really got the battery to keep going unless we switch phones. What are we looking for? Pandemic update. Sorry, I'm chewing. Is that giving you ASMR? Anyone listening on headphones? Let's see what's going on in the last hour. CBC News, special edition of the National. Oh my God, it's starting in 4 minutes. A live National for Wednesday, March 11 is a global. Look what it's saying. Do we want to watch this together? Do I need to go and get a fucking extension cord and plug in? Anyway, looks like Aztec is entertaining everyone with his humor. Yes, get a fucking extension cord. Actually, I might not need one. Hold on. No, it's not going to reach. I haven't got an extension cord. Oh my. Let me see what I've got here. Look with the links in trouble. TSP. My headphones died. Store tomorrow to get more. I'm out. Peace all the way. By the way, I love Danielle. Okay. Hey, Aztec. Wolf, haven't you already left twice or 3 times already? Chrysler. Nope, that's wrong. I don't think he ever left Al Mel. No, it doesn't reach. It doesn't. I just tried it. I've got the power bank. I don't even know if it's charged. Is it charged? No. That's certainly pissed on fire. Look, you can see me in the background. As I'm wearing a hat, yeah. On a serious note, yes, guys, what Aztec says. I see you too. That's my hat. Okay, it's just giving me the 5 minute. I'm the 5%. As much as I would love to go on, I think we should call it a night. It is nearly 11 o'clock. We are close to the 4-hour mark, and I don't know. I kind of want to. I didn't really know this was gonna go on for an hour, or go on for this long, Laurie. I did fully charge my phone beforehand. This one's still got plenty of battery left. That's what I'm saying. Should we just switch phones? We did that before. You remember? We switched. See, that one's got 60% and should last till about 10:45 tomorrow. We could do that, but then I want to have a phone to be able to watch the see, because this is how I read your comments, and this is what I use to cast my screen. But if this phone dies, then you see what I'm saying, we won't have a phone to watch the other thing with. So I think I will wrap this up. Unfortunately, guys, I do feel a little bit. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Exactly. I did joke that maybe this would be another 5-hour extravaganza. Oh no, and you can't read comment. No, that's it. If we only have one phone, this is kind of how I do run shit video productions off of 2 phones. This is how I read your comments, because when you go live, the comments do like flash up on the screen, but you can't read them all the time, and that's why I cast you over here. And then when we watch Trump, I use this phone to find the content and cast it, and then we use this phone to watch it. So shit video productions, guys, sorry, I am a little bit restricted and limited. I should have had a power bank fully charged just in case. Well, I kind of do, but I have other people. Well, I've got 2 phones, and both of these phones, believe it or not, have very, very good batteries. Amazing batteries. But high definition, and it's going all blurry. It's going all blurry. Listen, guys, good night. Thanks for watching. I'm going to stop this because I don't want to lose this video. If this battery dies, then this is gone. Watching, folks, TSP TV shit video productions on this history. Maybe we will switch over to the other one quickly. In fact, shall I just do that now? I don't know. But anyway, Sky News was live. We could have watched that. Hold on, I'm trying to get stuff organized, and we're going to go live on the other phone. We'll figure something out. I'm going to end this. All right, people are saying good night, so I was going to go and try desperately to get another live show going for you. I'm just going to call it live. Why can't I type, for fuck's sake? Okay, it's not for kids. next, put the rotation on so the camera doesn't do. Right, it's here. We've got another one. Look on my channel. There's another live show. So I'm switching over, guys. Go watch. Go find. Nobody's watching. Nobody's there. But there's double live for you. Double live. Sorry about that, folks. Sorry about that. Anyway, the other one is there.